Alright, hello everyone, I'm Grant, this is Albion Online. Last time I tried some weapons. Primarily this. After that, in my off time, off stream, I tried them even more, the same weapons, to decide, because the cannon got quite a bit of time for it. The other ones not so much, so I tried the other ones. And I'm gonna say right now, the cannon came out on top. It's definitely the most versatile and powerful option that I have. But I thought that I would keep going. I would test every weapon type in the game on the very basic level just to get an idea of how they play. Because if it doesn't feel right to play on the basic level, it's not gonna feel right to play on the advanced level. And after that we're gonna do some more PvP, whether it's Corrupt Dungeons or Arena, I'm not sure yet. Because I did try Arena, especially with this weapon. It was kind of fun. I even won one. I won one game. That's one more than I won before. Anyway, before I log in, let me just I put some audio, some volume on the music, just to balance out, because I checked the VOD last time and the music was a bit silent. I hope it's not too overwhelming now. It's like half a decibel less, 1 decibel more, or whatever. So, I have some money. This is primarily just from Corrupt Dungeons. Because I figured out how to best do them for profit, even when I lose, through invasions. So I made some money. I used that money to buy all these weapons. This is what we're gonna try out, including the ones I already had. That includes like all the staffs and stuff. Yes, even the holy staff.
Don't be shy.
And I also put up a buy order for a moose. I don't know how fast that's gonna be, but I don't think that's gonna work. Yeah, I think... Let me redo this. Do a buy order. I want an excellent quality buy orders. I'm gonna increase the price a little bit just to make sure that I can actually buy it. Let's make it like this was the price I went for the previous one. Let's increase it to 390k. That's 400,000. That's still like almost over 60,000 less than a direct buy, and that's just today because yesterday it was actually more expensive. Yeah, this looks right. And yes, I'm almost at 1 million just from Corrupted Dungeons. The moose is an investment. There we go. And I think that's all right now. I am a bit heavy. Yeah, I cancelled it. Of course it expired. Now, I'm not gonna go to Corrupt Dungeons with this stuff yet. I think the best way to test this stuff would be in solo dungeons. Some kind of low-ranking solo dungeon where I can do a little bit, decide if I want to continue with the weapon, swap to the next weapon, continue the dungeon, etc. The only weapon that I'm gonna skip right away is probably the nature staff, because I already tested it thoroughly. I used it quite a bit in solo dungeons. I know how it works, I know that it's pretty cool. It's a bit low on damage, or like corrupted dungeons and stuff, but I know how it works. And we might try them later in corrupted dungeons, because I have the money to lose, obviously. And the nature stuff is probably gonna get tested in a corrupted dungeon. But for now, it's a solo one. There it is. The baseline one, perfect for this. Am I forgetting something? I don't feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh well. Put this down here for now. I don't have my book with me, but I'm just gonna use the torch. Doesn't matter, I just want to try out the spells. Okay, so we're starting with the Infernal Staff. Firebolt is obviously the primary damage dealing, and here's the thing. I tested the Curse Staff yesterday with the Wild Curse. It is really weird. Like, in terms of design, like, Raven, I explained to you what was so weird about this. I'm gonna show it right now, just to put it into perspective. Remember how I said Wild Curse, it's basically an auto attack on a spell, 2 seconds cooldown, deals some damage, blah 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 blah. But it doesn't have a cast time, it's 0-second cast time, doesn't have channel, nothing, and yet when I use it, I do this little animation, and then I continue. And if I'm moving and then use it, I stop and do the animation, which really makes it look like it has a cast time. But here's the thing. I'm gonna be moving, use the ability, and immediately move again. I'm fucking animation cancelling. And I didn't know that was possible in an RPG. Like, not a Diablo style bird's eye view RPG. I don't know what's going on with this staff, but it feels really, really clunky the way it works. I don't know what's up with it. But yeah, I just wanted to show that. Just to put it into perspective, because there might be other staffs that do the same thing. Where it went. And this is the same type of ability. It's basically an auto attack, but it does have a cast time. Which is this weird thing, because if I use this one, and you look at the animation, where is an enemy? It's essentially the same thing, it's obviously a different animation. But essentially the same thing is happening here. And obviously you can do this with this. You can just literally spam it because there's no cooldown to it. The alternative to this is the AoE option, which I'm gonna show in a second. What is this music? Vok. Never heard of it. Which is just a burn area. It's a lot of damage if the enemy doesn't move. But 12 meters, 15 meters. Yeah, I think Firebolt is just better in here, because you can spam it. Flame Blast. Focus fire energy on the target, igniting all enemies around them. After a time, dealing some damage. If the main target is an enemy, they will take more damage immediately. Very fast Death Curse, 12-second cooldown. Obviously I don't have anything else unlocked yet. It takes time. Combustion. Torch the targeted enemy, dealing damage over time. They leave a fiery trail, blah blah blah. Basically, this is the artillery. Not necessarily a very long range, but look at this. It was pretty well, yeah, at least in PvE. Then again, I need a stronger enemy to test with. But I'm pretty sure I could just auto-attack these guys to death. That was a stronger enemy. This basically sums up how the Pyromancer plays. Obviously it's in the name. But that's a combination of music and genre I didn't know I needed. Oh, I saw something. Express relic, nice. I was like, wait. This is a big enemy. Let's see if I can burst them down. Maybe I shouldn't be in that. But yeah, you can see this is just burst everything down before they burst down you. What do you think about this weapon? Like, beyond everything else. I don't really need anything else. PvE enemies are not gonna do any of damage to out damage this. And I think I can extend the amount of damage I'm dealing by doing an auto attack every so often. Because then the enemy starts burning. In fact, I'm pretty sure the optimal way... Oh shit, I'm dying. This is why we use cultist robe. Yeah, I wasn't in that anymore, but sometimes the lag is just... It's not even a lag, it's just the ping. Because the game thinks I'm a few, well, like 1 meter behind myself. But yeah, I'm trying to think how this would work in like a 1v1 situation. And at that point, obviously, I need to know the other abilities. Very easy to check. But I'm pretty sure I already checked them. Side direction. That's not to continue the combo. There's just a lot of damage dealing. There is some minor amounts of CC in there as well. Especially in the third one. Pyroblast is really fun. Obviously I don't have that right now. Pretty sure you... Yeah, I have combustion. I don't know why I have combustion. I know I had the other one somewhere. Anyway, let's move on. So, Arcane Staff is that one that I really wanted to make work, but not really. How do I say this? It's a gimmick. It is a lot of damage in PvE. Whether it be groups or single target, it just doesn't matter. I really like it, but it doesn't have any abilities, like even higher level, it doesn't really have the CC or survivability or anything to really make things, like I just two-shot that filler enemy. I'm pretty sure even Pyromancer has more CC than this. But this seems to have a bit more just damage in general. Where is it? If you look down here, obviously it's Chain Missile. It does a lot of damage. It weaves in auto attacks. There is of course Magic Shock, which is a short silence on a 5 seconds cooldown, which is potent. Motivating Clamps, Frazzle, Empowering Beam, Mimic. Poor Mimic. There is the Arcane Orb, which is even more silence. Like if you combine Magic Shock or Arcane Orb, you can hold down a healer or a magic user. Or basically anyone, because everyone uses abilities, because as we know, auto attacks don't do fuck all. So very strong in that sense. But then Time Freeze seems completely useless. Protective Beam seems completely useless. Here's the thing. It protects an ally. That's its only purpose on a half minutes cooldown. This is not a healing build. And this, if Protective Beam also applied some kind of shield on yourself, like a third of the shield applied to the target is applied to you as well. Or both of you get the shield, but either of you being damaged reduces both of your shields, or just something like that. To protect you as well. That would be interesting. Or, even better, to encourage people to target you instead of the shielded target, if they can, and the shielded target can protect you. Imagine that you get half of this shield, but if your shield gets broken, your target's shield also disappears. What the fuck was that? I think that was in the... It was really loud. Was it ending music? God damn it. Yeah, I heard it again. Regardless, Black Hole is the one that I really was curious about, because you put down a Black Hole and after 1 second all enemies are pulled to its center. Which is not that it's very necessarily useful, it deals quite a bit of damage and it applies a long slow, and it's a pretty short cooldown with a long range, but the primary draw of this effect is the synergy with other AoE abilities in like a 2v2 or an arena match or something. Because if someone puts down like a ballista from that helmet that we checked last time, and then you pull everyone into the ballista, you're clearly a support class at that point and you're making everyone better. And that's interesting, but there is no support in Arena, there is only healer, and if you queue up a healer with a fucking arcane staff, yeah, it's not gonna go too well. Time Corridor looks interesting, but it's very environment sensitive. If you can cover a tight corridor like a bridge in Arena, or most of the corridors in Corrupt Dungeons, then this does a lot, but in a 1v1 this doesn't do enough, because it's just a 30% slow on a 35 seconds cooldown, something like that. I swear to God, are you doing this? I really think Arcane actually does a lot of damage, like even beyond the silences and CC and stuff. Doing a lot of damage. Like Chain Missile First Strike deals 280 damage, and this deals 350. This doesn't deal that much damage, but still. Yeah, time corridor. The Void. It's a channel that removes all debuffs and crowd controls on all allies and probably gives them 90 damage resistance for 4 seconds? Or just gives it to you while you're channeling? It looks interesting, but Evensong is the one that I was suggested when I was looking through this, and I don't know why these are so heavy. Are all weapons this heavy? 34 kilograms? But anyway, Dark Sphere. Call down a Dark Sphere impacting after half a second. Deals a lot of damage, applies the Dark Arena up to 3 enemies, and the Dark Aura slows people, reduces healing and damage. And they stack. If 3 enemies are close to each other, within 5 meters, 5 meters is pretty... it's not that small. For 5 seconds, it stacks up to 75% healing and damage reduced on players, and 45% slow. So that's quite a disruption. Enemies will have to spread out in order to prevent this. Like the moment you apply this, they have to spread out. But because if they're next to each other, that 45% slow is gonna make it harder to spread out, especially if other people are also attacking them. So if I want to try anything in PvP, it would be this one. But this is also kind of useless in corrupt dungeons, so it would at most be in arena or large scale fights like ZVZ. Apparently that's what it's called. Zerg versus Zerg. I like the damage on it though, so I'm gonna keep an eye out on this. Let's put these down here. These are the preliminary choices. Next up, I heard a lot about the Frost Staff. Primarily because... well, we're gonna have to try both of these, because this has a cooldown but a very quick cast time. And this doesn't have a cooldown but a very long cast time. I think in PvP a lot of people use Frost Nova for the free stun and disengage. Freezing Wind is really good, by the way. It basically slows enemies and ends on a route. Quite a bit of... okay, let's try this. Quite a bit of cooldown. So this is basically the previous fireboard that we had, except it has a cooldown, and instead of applying a burn, it applies a buff on yourself for up to 12% damage. What I liked about this originally, when I thought about what to play, is the amount of CC. But the cooldown on the CC abilities are too long to actually lock someone down in a 1v1. Now, let's try this as well, because this doesn't have a cooldown. But it has a cast time, and that's what makes it, I don't know if it's very good. Where's the boss? Didn't account for the long cooldown. Or cast time. Look at that fucking cast time. This is a direct damage ability with such a long cast time that you have to like lead it, so to say. You know what's funny? I just noticed. I'm gonna leave. I'm not gonna beat this guy with this. I just noticed that the animation for this, like, even if it's already falling, about to hit the ground, that's still part of the cast time. It doesn't hit unless you let it fall all the way. Which is a really weird design choice. Usually it's like you conjure it and then you can leave as it falls. But if you don't let it fall all the way, it doesn't count. It just disappears. I don't like that. Washing machine acting up? Yeah, that happens. Ours is really loud. Whereas this is at least consistent, allows you to dodge a lot. Fast, even with the cast time. And once I shoot it, it actually doesn't disappear if I move. Imagine that. Very short cast time, I like that. It's too bad it doesn't have a slow on it. But it does increase my damage. Like, I can just spam it and have 12% more damage just by default. Yeah, that worked out pretty well. Yeah, I'm trying all of these weapons out now. Also, I went through these. I'm trying out every single weapon in the game. On the base level. And looking into higher levels. Oh, what's this? Oh, it's the ice block one. 4.0, that does not work too much, but I'll take it. Oh shit, turns into a corrupt dungeon. Well, I'm not gonna go in there right now. Sometimes, what I noticed is whenever I do a corrupt dungeon and I go out, sometimes it's just gone. Sometimes it turned into a normal dungeon. I've never seen a solo dungeon turn into a corrupt dungeon as I'm leaving it. Is it my... Did I do something in there that caused the chain reaction that corrupted it with demons? I don't remember me doing anything like that, but who knows? Anyway, let's find another solo dungeon. Oh yeah, as well. Shut up. We might as well check the other, the high-level steps to see what else is, because obviously freezing wind is good. It's good, no doubt about it. But what else do we have? Because between frostbite and ice shot sucks. Unless you stack cast time, like I can see how it could be good if you stack cast time reductions on everything. Like I maybe this staff gives some cast time reduction. After every 4 spells cast, reduce your cast times by 40%. I don't like that because you already have to like cast with it. But also, every 3 normal attacks root the target enemy for 1.2 seconds. That is good. Also, that's exactly the cast time of Ice Shard. What a coincidence. There's also Frozen Surge, which is what I saw in a PvP video one time. Freeze the ground in front of you along a 16-meter long and 3.8-meter wide path, dealing quite considerable damage and slowing enemies caught in it. Now, I would like to point out that the cooldown on it is almost half as much as the slow if you hit the enemy. And just to point out, if I'm standing here, as far as I remember, the area that's frozen is about this long and about this wide. So it's like an area like this gets frozen, which is not that small. It's pretty big. "60 meters, if you remember my cursed staff, 60 meters is the distance of the sickle. The cursed sickle that I can throw as my second ability on Q2. So it's quite a distance. And it's almost instant. Like it takes less than half a second for the entire thing to appear. So it's quite difficult to dodge. Which is that is why I think in solo this could be promising, but let's keep going. Frost Beam, it's channeled, deals damage per every 0.3 for 2.7, that is 9 times. That's about 700 something magic damage over the duration. Decreases attack speed and slow all enemies hit by 15% for each time they take damage, stacks up to 5 times. So you only have to channel it for like half the duration to stack it up to full. Lasting for 3 seconds after the channel has ended, so you can extend it. 15 seconds cooldown kinda hurts it, because it's up to about, let's say, a 6-second slow. Frost Nova is the one that I seen used in PvP, because it's basically a blink, but it stuns all enemies in the starting point and deals damage to them. It also is, just like Blink, a 20-second cooldown. Pretty useful. Frost Lance, non-targeted, so it's a skill shot. Deals a lot of damage. 459, that's a lot of damage. In an AoE, decreases damage resistance of enemies hit by a decent amount, which probably helps with dealing damage with Frostbite afterwards, because that increases your damage, and this is further increases your damage. 8-second cooldown is not that long. 8 seconds is pretty short. I like that. And then there is Glacial Obelisk. Create a Glacial Obelisk at the targeted position, lasting 6 seconds. Increases all damage and cooldown rate by 15 seconds of up to 10 allies within 6-meter radius of the obelisk. Recast the ability to detonate the obelisk, dealing 201 magic damage within a 5-meter radius and slowing all enemies by 40% for 5.5 seconds. 16 seconds cooldown. It lasts up to 6 seconds. I don't know if it explodes even if you don't recast and it just expires. That would be the optimal thing. That's also a pretty short CD, and the cooldown rate helps a little bit with Ice... No, not Ice Shot. It only helps with Frostbite and Frozen Surge, of course. Yeah, it's probably a Frozen Surge thing. So here is the thing. If you're against a ranged, you can put this down, and the enemies are not gonna want to get near you because you're dealing more damage, you're dealing it faster. And if you're against a melee, they're not gonna want to get close to you, because you can just explode it and slow them down for a while. So yeah, a lot of these are pretty promising. Of course, it has the root on the auto attack, which is every 3 normal attacks. 3 is the lower end of these kind of abilities. Usually it's 4 or 5. Then there is, well, obviously there is Freezing Wind, we talked about that. There is Hail. Conjure a wave of hail with a 5-meter radius around the target position, which crashes down after that much time, dealing a lot of damage. Spell can be recast within 3 seconds. And then it goes on a 1-second cooldown. That is Burst. That is definitely Burst. It's 900 damage in quick succession if you can land it. And then you can do it again, because again, it has basically no cooldown. You can combine it with Frozen Surge to make it more likely that you land it because of the slow. And you can even combine it with Glacial Obelisk. So it's this zone is mine, basically, what it says. That's pretty interesting. Shut up. They replied, "You shut up." Ice Storm. Summon an Ice Storm. This is not the one someone used against me, but I'm gonna point out. Actually, what was the one that someone used? Yeah, it was a bow ability. I'm gonna point out which one. Someone just completely destroyed me yesterday with a single ability on a bow. I'm gonna show it later. For now, it's 15 seconds Ice Storm. Deals 227 damage every half second for 15 seconds and slows by 30%. It's a 5-meter radius storm that you have a hard time leaving and deals a shit ton of damage. Half a minute cooldown, 1 second cast time. The thing is here, it has basically a 50% uptime. It's not mobile. Oh, it's actually mobile because it's moving from the target position and target direction. So you can just put it down on top of the enemy, moving towards you. So they literally cannot approach you, otherwise they would have to stay in the Ice Storm. That's a pretty good ability. That's also pretty good. Okay, you know what? Ice Staff, Frost Staff, whatever it's called. Frost Mage goes into the preliminaries. But we're still gonna look too. Avalanche. This is you throw a small snowball and it grows bigger as it moves. Enemy better dodge it or they stunned for 2. You know Nunu? Basically Nunu, but you don't have to pre-roll it. It's just you roll it and then they better dodge it or they take a lot of damage. Yeah. Just reading the specifics because you can let it it seems to deal damage normally, but then it also deals damage if you explode it. Oh yeah. No. This is not Nunu's ability. Verberna, you know what this is? This is a Nivea snowball. Because it rolls over enemies, but you can recast it to explode it for more damage and stun enemies. This is literally just a Nivea's Q, yeah. And it leaves behind a freezing trail that slows. Yeah, that is actually quite powerful. Enemies can dodge it sideways, but they're gonna have a hard time with it, especially if you're slowing them with something like fucking Frost Bomb or Frost Nova. If they're Frost Nova, they basically can't escape it. Yeah, Icicle Staff, Frozen Hell. Create a blizzard with an 8-meter radius at the target position lasting 5 seconds. Deal damage every 1 second. Slows by 50%. Ignores crowd control resistance. So this is clearly a support ability because it doesn't last as long. It's a bigger area and deals a lot less damage. But that's pretty strong. Ignores crowd. It's 50% always. Doesn't matter what the enemy has. Ice Crystal. Create an Ice Crystal 4-meter radius target position, stunning all enemies hit for 1 second. Cast time 0.7 seconds. After the stun, the crystal explodes, dealing a lot of damage to all enemies within 4-meter radius. The damage can be reflected. That's powerful, but it's also a long cooldown with no lasting effects. So it's basically the laser, except in ice form and not a laser. Glacier Prism. Create a freezing field in a 6-meter radius on target, lasting low slow. Targeting on an ivy. Freeze the target. Crystal. Target enemy feels and frozen targets and stun. Limit to damage. Can freeze that. So yeah, Lysandra's ultimate. Except it doesn't deal damage over time, only at the end, after 2 seconds. But it has the slow and everything. Immunity. Yeah. They took a lot of inspiration from League of Legends, haven't they? Doesn't it? Well, it deals damage to the enemy if you froze an enemy. As far as I remember, that's a damage over time. While they're frozen, this just explodes at the end. I'm pretty sure it is. Whatever. The point is, it works the same way, and then it nukes the entire area. Okay, that means we are putting this in the preliminaries, because there are a lot of interesting abilities there. Next up, the Holy Staff. Now, I know what you're thinking. Holy Staff is for healing, isn't it? It is, but it also has Smite. And it also has Sacred Pulse, which I've seen in PvP. It's very annoying. So I thought, why not try it anyway? In a PvE. Obviously, I'm not gonna use a Holy Staff in like a 1v1 situation, because that seems like it's asking for trouble. But I might as well see the potential, right? Anyway, let's find another solo dungeon. What is this music? Pokemon. Huh. Yeah, I can try playing a healer in 5v5 arena. It's definitely I know I said last time, oh, that game just made me never want to play here again. I was exaggerating. You know me, I exaggerate a lot. I do want to try healer more. I just need to try the right... I need to find the right weapon for it. But right now, I'm trying to look for a proper weapon for 1v1 corrupted dungeons. Because that's where most of my money comes from. And I need a lot of money to upgrade my stuff. Because even if it's an arena, even if it's corrupted dungeons, even if it's there is a soft cap on gear, having the best gear possible will still give me those few extra points of edge over the enemy that doesn't have it. So I need a lot of money is the point. And also I need a lot of money because that was the point of the series. I still want to buy a player island that's like 18 million. Now I don't even have a million. I barely made it to a million yesterday before I put up a buy order for a moose. We're gonna see if that fulfills at some point. But yeah, other than that, sure, I can do arenas as a healer. As I said last time, I did play a healer in Wildstar PvP Battlegrounds, and I was good at it. Like, I'm not just saying that, I was good at it enough that I was like... Well, okay, I had the top gear. That doesn't mean anything because anyone can get the top gear by playing enough, but still. Alright. So, what it does it is smite all enemies at targeted locations, so it's an AoE, like that. The next time any enemy hit takes direct damage, within 3 seconds they will take additional damage. Hitting an enemy, at least one enemy will reduce this ability's cooldown by 50%. Normally it's 2 seconds. Yeah, I haven't hit anything. 50% would mean it's 1 second, so I can just barrage it. Release a sacred clues with 5 meter radius on targeted ally, restoring some health, dealing some damage, and enemy players will be knocked back by 10 meters. Mobs will be thrown into the air for 1 second. The difference there is specifically because it would probably just de-aggro everything on you. And then we have Desperate Player, which is the Desperate Player, which is just a heal that's bigger when you're low on health. I guess I should probably check. After every 4 spell cast, increase your healing cast by 20%. These are tiny, these are rat level enemies, so don't be fooled by the fact that I'm killing them so easily. I just accidentally interrupted that guy. A knockback also means an interrupt. Now, here's the thing, because I already checked some of the holy staffs, and there is a build that is extremely obnoxious in Arena that I met yesterday. I'm gonna show in a second. I don't think I really need to play this any more than this, because, like, what else is there to say? I have this, and I have this, and I also have this. That's about it. But first of all, I do want to play it enough to at least reach this level so I can use tier 4 steps. So I'm actually gonna use, well, yeah, I'm gonna use it a bit more. But here's the thing, Holy Flash, one Q ability that you can unlock. Target, it's basically smite, but for healing. Sacred Pulse is probably the holy beam we understand what this does. It's actually a holy beam that heals the target 6 times in 6 seconds, and every tick increases. But it's a channel that lets you move 30% slower, but you can move during the channel, which makes it more safe than other channeled healing abilities. Holy Blessing, increase armor, immunity to movement effects, blah blah blah. Holy Orb, it's a fireball, but for healing. Reawaken, it's a revive. I don't know why you would do that. Desperate player, we know that. Holy Explosion, release this is the one. This is the annoying one in Arena. Now, how does Arena work? There are 3 points. You have to capture them, and then if you captured enough, you win. How do you capture them? You have your own players on the point without enemy players on the point. If at least one enemy player is Team Fortress True rules. If at least one enemy player is on the point, you're not capturing. Holy Explosion releases a Holy Explosion in a 7-meter radius around you, knocking back all enemies by 23 meters. Heals up to 5 allies by channeling for 2 seconds, increases damage resistance of all allies. I don't think I need to explain what happens if you have this, and also Sacred Pulse, which is a 14 meters knockback. You just keep enemies off the point, is the purpose here. That's the build. You heal people, and you keep enemies off the point. Very annoying. There is also Divine Protection, which gives a gigantic shield on an ally for 4 seconds. If the shield isn't broken, then there is also an AoE heal. Holy Touch, cover the target ally Divine Light, healing the target for every 6.6. Channeling, transfers all crowd control effects and debuffs. Yeah, nothing interesting there. Salvation, create a circle of salvation, radius around the target position, charging up for 2 seconds. When it finishes charging, it will heal up to 10 allies, cleanses off crowd control. This is basically Redemption, League of Legends, the item, with a cleanse on it. So let's just speak at the set, see a targeted ally, jump to the closest ally, this the radius less ally here, storing with each hit. Hit the same what divide that chain lightning, but with healing. Just trying to sum up the abilities in the best way possible to understand. Divine Intervention, leap towards the targeted position, becoming immune, blah blah blah. Throws all enemies within a 5-meter radius in the air, restores some health for up to 10 allies. Healing at least 1 ally reduces the ability's cooldown by 40%. So instead of 30 seconds cooldown, it's 18. Which is pretty short for something like this, I guess. I don't know. Also, there is the after every 5 spells cast, your next normal attack knocks back the targeted enemy by 3 magic force. I don't know why they gave this to, because this is basically the exact same ability as crossbow, but on spells. And then Ascended Condition activates when you cast your weapon's second slot ability, that is Sacred Pulse and the like. All your casts and channels become uninterruptible for 1.5 seconds. What's the cooldown on this? I guess the cooldown is the same as the second ability, because they're pretty long cooldowns. This just means they can't interrupt your healing. Like if you're doing like this, you can use Sacred Pulse, then you can use Holy Explosion, and the channel is not gonna be interrupted. That's like 300 something guaranteed healing after a gigantic knockback. So yeah, there are options, and it's definitely good for Arena, and I'm probably gonna do that if I ever get around to healing in Arena. Knockback build, but not right now. However, I do kind of want to level it up, so we're gonna have to suffer a little. Maybe I'm just gonna do this on my off time. You know what? It's gonna take a while. I'm gonna put it down for now. I'm gonna remember that it's for healing. Next! Something a little different. Journeyman's Brawler Gloves. This is a heavy weapon. It's basically the unarmed specialization. I have not looked into any of these. I just bought them because I want to try every weapon. So let's see what it does. First, create opening. Combine up to 2 abilities. Attack the targeted enemy. Deal damage, but decrease this. Okay. Dragon Leap, combine up to 2 abilities, dash towards the targeted position, kick all enemies, hitting at least one enemy is the next combo. Leap towards target position, throws enemies into... okay. Might as well try both of them. Triple kick. Dash towards the targeted position, repeatedly kicking all enemies you pass through. Pulls up to one enemy player along with you. Blazing Geyser. They hit the ground, raising a blazing geyser forming that deals a lot of damage, throw enemies into the air. Hitting at least one enemy will set the cooldown on your first slot ability. Alright, well first of all, this is what it looks like. I'm a big boy. That. Okay. I thought I was in trouble there, but then I just nuked everyone. 410 damage. This is literally just auto attack, but more. Try the other one. That's a dash. Oh, hello there. This one enemy reset cooldown the first slot ability. That's pretty potent, because I can jump in with Dragon Leap twice to knock all enemies up. Use Blazing Geyser and then do both of them again. That's the combo. And then I do the kicks as well, which if it was a player, it would drag them along with me. It's a lot of CC. That's for sure. Because the second cast has a knock-up. This also has a knock-up. And then I do the first knock-up again. Oh, I got the daily bonus. Nice. Harry's coming at me. Here's the daily bonus. It is pretty cool. I actually like it more than I expected. The damage is a bit lacking, but that's also because I literally never used this before. But it's obviously gonna be lacking. It's also really fast auto attacks, which I always like. Well, I haven't played Diablo 3, but sure. Well, that's the idea behind it, probably. Let me look at these for a second. Brawler goals. War Gloves Fighter. What kind of abilities? Because whatever you do, Blazing Geyser will always reset the cooldown of your first slot ability, so let's see. Because obviously it also resets Create Opening, but it's kind of boring. Dragon Leap reset is really cool. Especially since it's otherwise a 7-second cooldown. So it enables a really strong combo. Fleet Footwork, combine up to 2 abilities. Kick all enemies in a cone in the targeted direction, dealing 200 damage. Dash towards the targeted position, increasing your normal attack damage by 100% for 5 seconds. One moment. So it's 40, 40, 80 if it's increased. Run away! We don't deal with that. I rooted him? Wait, what's the passive on this thing? That was pretty cool. I actually kind of like that as a melee option. What is the... Every normal attack, your damage increases by 2% for 3 seconds, stacks up to 9 times. On max stacks, the buff can't be refreshed and will run out. That's not what I... What rooted him? Did he just root himself? It's probably just a self-root then. But yeah, normal attack 100%. I don't think that really matters. Like even with better ones, that's just gonna make your attacks do like 120 damage maybe. Heavy grunting here, I can't focus on this stuff. So that's interesting. What was the last one? Shockwave. Combine 2 abilities, shoot a shockwave in the targeted direction, piercing through all enemies. Deals damage to enemies hitting at least one enemy and dash to the first enemy. Okay, Lee Sin Q. But pierces, and you dash to the first enemy. It actually deals a lot of damage. 384, that's almost a nuke. 6-second cooldown. But 7.5 technically. Up to 7.5. 13 meters distance, that's pretty good. You do need something to catch up to that distance for ranged, but that's powerful. And then you can do it again with Blazing Geyser. The triple kick is cool, but in PvE it's just you know. damage. However, in PvP, this would just be even more crowd control because you're knocking them in the air, and then you're knocking them in the air, and then you're knocking them in the air, and then you're pulling them away. Well, it's not one guy in particular. It does pull one enemy player, but it deals damage to everyone. Backhand strike. Strike in the target direction, knocking all enemies hit 16 meters back. Deals decent damage. Knockback enemies that collide with the environment receive an additional more damage. Combined, that's like 600 damage. Damage resistances will be decreased by that 5 seconds. That would be really good with the first one, but sadly they're the same line. But yeah, you can just knock enemies into walls. Very bad in Arena, because Arena doesn't have that many walls. It has some in the center of the points. In Corrupt Dungeons, could be interesting. Counter. Enter a counter stance, increasing your defense by 75% while channeling for up to 1.2 seconds, can be interrupted. Reflects 100% of the damage you take as magical damage. Upon taking damage, you instantly leap to the enemy, dealing more damage. 4 meter radius, knocks enemies in. Okay, so let me paint a picture here. Imagine that you're against a death curse, and they just put a death curse on you. And the normal dot that uses the death curse deals damage every 1 second. So if the death curse has less than 1 second, maybe if you're good at timing it, half second left, you're probably not gonna reflect a dot, because it doesn't say you have to take direct damage. It's just damage. So if you can reflect a death curse, that's the enemy player taking a good 900 to 1300 damage, taking 450 more, and then getting knocked in the air with a melee character on top of them. So they're basically dead. And you know what's the funniest thing here is? The leap doesn't seem to have a radius. It doesn't matter how far they ran from you after applying all that, you're just gonna fly to them anyway. It has a channel time, it has no cast time, it has a cooldown, it doesn't have range because it's a self buff. And it has a 4 meter radius on the damage part of the leap. So this is basically yeah, I was about to say this is basically a counter to certain burst periods, but it's literally called counter. So it's in the name. And that is devastating combo. Execute 2-punch combo on the targeted enemy while channeling for 1 second. The first punch stuns, and the second punch deals nuke damage and knocks them back. 2 meters range, so it's slightly more than an auto attack. What else do we have? Every normal attack, your move speed increases by 20% for 2 seconds. Okay, that's really good, because you can just chase anyone down. Remember that my movement ability is 30%. This is 20% on just normal attacks. Condition activates when you cast your weapon's second slot ability. Those are these ones that we just checked, counter and stuff. Increases your damage resistance by 61 and your crowd control resistance by 362 for 3 seconds. That would be the best. Devastating combo probably, and triple kick also works. It's counterintuitive with counter because it reflects damage, so you don't really want to reduce the amount of damage you take. Well, I guess technically you do, because then you take less damage from the nuke, and even though they also take less damage, you have a knock up to then follow up with like a bunch of CC and stuff. What else do we have? So this resets the first ability cooldown, the others probably don't, so keep that in mind. Falcon Smash. Falcon Punch. Float into the air and become immune to all crowd control effects for up to 2 seconds. Recast the ability to dive towards the targeted position. Deals physical damage within a 6-meter impact based on the distance of the enemy from the targeted position. So if they are close to the center, they take almost 1,000 damage. If they're far, it's a half 1,000. 20-second cooldown. That's quite a game changer. I feel like that's quite a game changer. And you know what's the funniest thing? You can dive into the enemy team with this. Immediately use your second ability, which is probably gonna be maybe counter. Because chances are, if you just jumped into the middle of the enemy team, someone is gonna hit you. And then you immediately knock everyone up and deal another nuke damage on top of that to everyone. And then you have damage and crowd control resistance after that. That's a mighty combo. That is. I thought that the ability reset on Blazing Geyser is so good that the others are not gonna be even nearly as good. But that combo just nukes the enemy team. Because if you catch someone in the center, that's like 1500 damage to them. And the CC. And they can't CC you in return. Very good. Very good. What the hell is this? Oh, someone shredding. Okay. Gravitational Collapse. Sounds good already. I'm noticing that every single one of these abilities have nuke damage and CC on top of that. Gloves seem pretty powerful right now. Unleash a powerful punch in a cone in front of you, dealing magic damage. And slowing all enemies hit for 7 seconds based on the type of armor the enemy is wearing. Oh no. 20 seconds cooldown, 7 seconds slow, just wanna point that out. Plate enemies take almost 1400 damage and are slowed for 75 for 7 seconds. Leather takes 870 and 50% slow, and other takes 525% slow. I want to point out that mobs also take the plate armor damage, so just the maximum. And it's a cone, it's a 30-meter cone, so it's actually kinda big. I can't say, like, what I'm about to say is not indicative that they stole this ability from League of Legends, because what it looks like came out later, I'm pretty sure. But you know what this looks like? This looks like Sets W. You know the one. That insane punch that through damages everyone in the middle. Basically that, but instead more of a crowd control ability. With a nuke on it for whatever reason. Alright. Okay, I can get behind that. What about this? 100 Striking Fist. Oh no, I ran into this. This guy fucking Uno reversed me on last stream. Remember that? This was that ability that just nuked me from half a health, and I didn't see it coming because I didn't know what this is. I didn't know this exists, but this was that ability. Release a flurry of fists in a cone in front of you while channeling for up to 2.5 seconds. Deals damage every 0.5 seconds. The cone slowly follows the cursor position, so it's kind of like the laser. 2 seconds after the last striking fist hits, the enemy will take an additional 111 magic damage for each hit they receive. Stacks up to 10 times, damage can't be reflected. 10 times, well, wait. But channels for up to 2.5 seconds, deals damage every 0.5 seconds, that's only 5 stacks. I guess if I guess it's specifically there if two Warglove fighters combo this. Then they can stack it up to 10 times. Which also means that both of them will deal the damage 10 times. Wait, no. For each hit they receive. No, it's not how it works, because it's your hit received. How the fuck? I don't know, whatever, but it's 500 damage on top. Yeah. Well, we saw what it can do. 100 striking fists. Well, it's accurate. Oh, the weapon name. Urson Maulers. Or Ursine? Ursine? This is what they use. And they just humiliated me. What? Why are you yelling? You're gonna have to enlighten me, Idens. Okay, list all the references in chat. I'm gonna move on in the meantime. I'm gonna read it after this next ability, which is Infernal Boulder. Throw a boulder towards the targeted area, which bounces 3 times as it rolls. Okay, so that's a Ziggs Q. Each impact deals a lot of magic damage to all enemies within a 4-meter radius. Wait, how far does it bounce? Can it be a multiple times damage? Also sets them on fire, dealing damage over 3 seconds and reducing healing received. So that's pretty cool. It's literally just a nuke. If it gets Oh no, I just realized something. Oh no. You can combo it with triple kick to carry them along the bounce path and nuke them for 1500 damage plus burn. That would actually kill a player in Corrupted Dungeon, because that's 1500, let's say 1600, because there's a 30 extra. Plus 3 times damage from this. It's another 600, 700, give or take. That would just kill a player, these two. If you can catch them in melee. Which, I mean, there are stuff you can do to catch them in melee. Like Shockwave. Ursa Mayer is a star in the Big Dipper, yeah I know that, which the protagonist of Fist of the North Star has on his body as a scar. The Hokuto Hyakaretsu Ken, North Star 100 crack face, works exactly like the skill does. So that's why it's Ursine. Ursi. Give me a second. Stop the music.
Ursine.
Ursine. That's why it's called an Ursine Mauler. Ursine Mauler. Okay. Well, props to that then. Props to that. I like references in games. Next up, Earth Crusher. Charge up the Earth Crusher, slowing yourself by 50% while chanting for up to 2 seconds. Is this gonna be YQ or whichever it is, the dash? Deals magical damage to enemies in an area around you. The damage and radius is based on how long you've channeled. No, it's just a channel and then you deal damage around you. How long you have channeled? Oh, okay. So if you channeled for FT is half a second, 1 second, 1.5, 2 seconds, it deals between 320 and 736 damage. And the duration can change from 5 meters to 9 meters. Which is fun because if they're trying to run away from you, the channel is just gonna chase them. It's not as fast as a person running, but still. Channeling for the full duration will throw all enemies hit in the air for 1 second. And the channel can't be interrupted, which would be the biggest counter to this. 30-second cooldown is quite long. You know what's funny? This is a semi-nuke. a large CC, uninterruptible, move, you can still move during it. I would still consider it the worst E ability on the gloves so far. Like everything else so far has been so insane that this just doesn't compare. Mainly because of the cooldown though. Fists of Avalon. Purifying combination, combine up to two abilities, leap towards the target's position, become immune to all counters until impact, throws enemies in the air, deals some minor damage. Punch the area in front of you, dealing 1000 physical damage. Purges all buffs from all enemies hit, except for healing over time. Ah. It is a 30-second cooldown if you use both of them. Interesting. Well, I'm definitely gonna put this down here. Because even though I'm not a big fan of melee stuff in general, fist weapons seem just so versatile and have such interesting combos for different situations. I want to try them out. Alright, moving on. The hammer. I'm gonna put on the torch with it. It gives us some cooldown modifier and attack speed. Journeyman's hammer. Trying out the first one. Okay, what else? Bash knee. Bash the target enemy dealing 1000 physical damage, slows by 30 or 4.2 seconds on a 2 seconds cooldown. Okay. Okay, 3 meters cooldown. That's 3 meters radius. Heavy smash. Pound the ground in a cone in front of you with your hammer, dealing damage and the impact of the hammer. And some less damage. That's a big cast time. I'm not sure I like that. Shatter the earth around you, dealing damage to enemy stuns. Yeah, I like that a lot more. Alright, let's see what we can do here. I should get in the habit of reading the passive as well, because I'm pretty sure it's a stun. Every 5 normal attacks stun the target for half a second. Okay, that's not as impressive as I thought it would be. It's pretty modest, it seems more like a tanking weapon. What else would it provide? Hammer. Threatening strike. Strike the target dealing damage. Increase your threat generation by 400 for 3 seconds. Huh. It is also a 2 seconds cooldown, but there's like twice the damage. Wait, does it count as a auto attack, or did I just hit that guy 5 times? Oh, it doesn't count. I was just imagining things. Let's see what else is in store here. Slam your hammer on the ground, dealing damage. Problem is in the 2.5. Yeah, the fact that it deals more damage to mobs shows me that it's not really meant for PvP. It does purge our shields on the target, which is interesting. Slowing charge. Dash toward target position, dealing damage to all enemies you pass through, slowing 50% for 5.5 seconds. On a 15 seconds cooldown. That's interesting. Power Geyser. Hit the ground raising a Power Geyser with 3 meter radius target position. Throws enemies hit in the air, deals damage, knock back all allies. What? Knocks back all allies hit 8 meter away from the geyser. Unless you're comboing with someone, I don't think you want to use it in like arena or something. Knockout. Attack the target of enemy dealing some damage. Put the target to sleep. This is literally just knocking someone out with a punch. Puts the target to sleep for 7 seconds versus players, or 14 seconds versus mobs. Taking damage wakes the enemy up. Now here's the funny part. If you're using it against mobs, the sleep basically lines up with the cooldown. So 14 seconds sleep with a 15 seconds cooldown. The funny thing is that in PvP, you can use it on the healer and knock them out for 7 seconds. In 7 seconds you can kill someone in the game. Inertia ring. Creates a 2.5 ring in the 6 area as you lessening. Slows enemies passing through the ring by 90%, ignoring crowd control resistance. I'm assuming lasting 4 seconds, because it doesn't say otherwise. .5 meter thick ring in a 6.5 meter radius. So anyone in melee range or too far away won't be affected. Every normal attack steals 15% of a health the enemy has lost. Oh, I've been looking for life leech side abilities, because those seem pretty good, especially in 1v1s where healing is very scarce. Scarce? Scarce. Every 4 normal attacks increases duration of your crowd control effects by 50% for 2 seconds. This is a crowd control. You can extend this. That's cool. You can extend all of these. Alright. Earth Shatter 3 seconds stun is very potent, by the way. But it's just that. Split the earth in a 15 meter long line in front of you dealing damage. Enemies at the center of the split earth will be stunned for almost 4 seconds. Yeah, this is primary, it's gonna be mostly crowd control, right? Dash towards the target position, knocking back all enemies you pass through and stunning them for almost 4 seconds. Summon a giant undead hand at the target position, stunning all enemies with for almost 4 seconds after dealing damage. Forge Hammer. Oh. Grow to giant size, increasing your armor, magic resistance, and your attack range. Creates an aura with a 7 meter radius around you, slowing all enemies in it. I've seen this in Arena. It's pretty popular in Arena. Because you basically become unkillable and you can just chase enemies away. While the ability is active, you can cast Giant Smash multiple times by recasting the ability. Deals decent damage to all enemies in 4 meter radius around the targeted position. Throws all enemies into the air for 0.6 seconds. It lasts, how long does it last? 10 seconds. That's actually pretty good, that's a 33% uptime. But yeah, it's basically an arena tank, or a ZVZ tank. It's not gonna really help you in a 1v1 situation. But, yeah, it's there if you want to be big. You can combine it with that other ability, I think it's a chest plate or something, that also makes it big, and you can combine the two to become extra big. Ground Pound. Leap towards the target position, becoming immune to it, stuns all enemies for 4 seconds, deals decent damage, increases your damage. This is an engage. 14 meter long engage with 4 seconds stun. Yeah. Also, damage resistance by 75 for each enemy hit, stacking up to 3 times. So if you jump into a crowd of enemies, you're basically unkillable for 6 seconds. Onslaught. Spin towards the target position in 13 meters. Whirling around your hammer in a clip of a radius around you for 1 second. Pulls up to 10 enemies you pass through along with you, stunning them for 1.3 seconds. Deals a lot of physical... it's a lot of damage. Yeah, it deals damage 5 times. That's like 450, 60, 65. Upon reaching the target position, slam your hammer on the ground after 0.5 seconds, throwing all enemies within another half a second knock-up and deals more damage. Yeah, I can see the purpose of hammer, but I don't think it's really my kind of playstyle. Moving on. The mace. Defensive slam. Attack the target enemy dealing some physical damage, 3-second cooldown, increase damage resistance for you and up to 5 allies by 36. So if you repeatedly spam it, it's basically a permanent 36 damage resistance. Swing your mace in a cone in front of you, dealing damage to all enemies hit, increases your threat. So it's another tank stuff. 6 seconds cooldown. Ground shake the ground, fortitude throws arms into the air. Deep leap. Leap towards the target position, deals damage 5 to radius, slows enemies within 3 meters is stunned. Alright. Alright. Let's see. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to use these with a shield, by the way. Alright, pretty good damage options there. Try the other one. What is this music? This sounds pretty good. Yeah, I think I've seen enough. I forgot to read the passive again. Every 5 normal attacks stun the target, so it's the same thing as hammer. Hammers and maces are different weapons, by the way. I'm gonna skim through these, I'm not gonna like read them properly. Like I want to know what they do, but yeah. Create a section so that silence slows enemies inside by 20%. 6 seconds. Silence for 6 seconds on a 7-second cooldown. Well, it's a circle. If they run out, they can cast, but that's always annoying. Cool. Nature. Leap towards target position, dealing damage to enemies. Roots enemies. 3.5 seconds. Okay. Conjure a God rune around target position, increase damage resistance, immune to force movements and stuns. Create a vacuum, pulls all enemies towards you, increase your threat towards all mobs hit. Deep leap, we know. Oh yeah. It also has life leech, okay. Most melee options probably do. Every 4 normal attacks gives duration of counter reflex, so this is basically the same thing as the hammer. Bell House. Summon a magic circle, silencing all enemies for 3.5 seconds, purging all buffs, increase your threat. Nothing interesting. Gravitas. First, dash towards the targeted position. Second, conjure a high gravity field, rooting all enemies for up to 4 seconds while you channel, and then 1.5 more at the end. Hitting less than 3 enemy players will end the route after 1.5 seconds. Mobs are unaffected by this condition. So it's completely useless in PvE. And in PvP it's only useful if you're jumping into a crowd, setting up for an AoE. Force of Nature, split the earth, knock back any enemies touching the air jet. 18 meters. Makes you the highest priority target to any mob here, so it's a taunt. Alright. Wait. How? It knocks them away. How are you the highest threat at that point? Whatever. Shrinking Curse. Shrink all enemies in a cone in front of you, decreasing their max and current health by 25% and damage dealt, healing cast by 40% but for 8 seconds. Interesting. Vendetta. Shoot a shockwave in target direction, cursing first enemy, pulls all enemies towards the cursed enemy. Stuns for that, deals some damage. Blessed Aurora. Conjure White Blessed Aurora, lasting 3 seconds, increases movement speed for up to 20 allies passing through the Aurora by 30 per second. 30 applies a shield by move speed is increased. Bless your maces, restoring 70 health for you and up to 50 health every normal attack 9%. Okay, so mace basically looks like a more support-oriented hammer, which means the opinion is the same. Battle Axe. I've heard about the Battle Axe. Officially released guides had Battle Axe as the beginner's guide, so this should be a pretty simple ability. Pretty simple weapon, that is. Rending Strike. I know that it's pretty strong. It has some healing options for staff, so 1v1 it could be pretty strong for 1v1, but let's see. Attack, apply 1 rending charge. Each rending charge deals physical damage over time. If the maximum amount of stacks is reached, which is 3, reduce healing received. Deadly Chop Chop. Strike the targeted enemy dealing some damage, decreases damage resistance. Release an adrenaline boost, increase your damage, movement speed, attack speed. If you don't deal direct damage for the adrenaline boost will end early. Right. Give this a try. I have some feeling that this weapon might be something Raven likes, but we're gonna see in a second. I should probably read the third ability as well. Blood Bandit. Yeah, the Battle Axe. First, Blood Draw. Throw an axe in the target direction, dealing physical damage to all enemies hit based on the number of rending bleed charges. You can see down there how many. Second, Blood Bandit. Throw an axe infused with blood magic in the target direction, dealing some damage. Heals you based on the number of rending bleed charges on the first enemy hit. It's also a decent ranged option. Pretty decent heal, I guess. Let's look at some of the other stuff. Axe Fighter. Okay, so rending spin. Swing your axe in a 5-meter radius around you, dealing physical damage based on the distance from you. Applies 1 rending bleed charge to all enemies hit. It deals more damage on the edges, so this is Darius' skew from League of Legends. Remember Darius? You kinda like him, don't you, Raven? This is basically his Q. Deals more damage on the edges, applies a bleed. Get the maximum amount of stacks, yeah, that's the same thing. Rending Rage, combine up to 2 abilities. Cleave all enemies in a cone in the targeted direction, dealing some damage. Leap towards the targeted position, rooting all enemies for 1.6 seconds, deals some damage, applies rending charge. Rending bleed charge for with each cast. Okay. You can cast it up to 3 times. The first one can cast up to twice, and then the third. So that's 3 bleed charges immediately. Well, I say immediately. You have to cast all 3 of them. And yeah, charge description. This looks pretty cool. Like 6 seconds cooldown is a lot, but it sets up something like Blood Bandit. Deadly Chop, Adrenaline Boost. I didn't try this because this is really self-explanatory. Battle Rush. Charge toward the target position, decreasing healing received of all enemies in a 5 meter radius. Increase healing received of up to 5 LS in a 5 meter radius. Alright. Internal Bleeding. Swing your weapon in a 6 meter radius around you, dealing damage. Causes all enemies hit to bleed, dealing damage while the enemy is moving in the next 8 seconds. So it's up to almost 700 damage. No, well, almost, yeah, that's right. It's 650 something. You know where this is from? This was an ability on a Dota hero. Like, I don't know if Dota 2 has him, but Dota 1 definitely did. You put a mark on the enemy and they take damage while moving. Raging Blades. Creates 2 magic blades that circle you in a ring for 3 seconds. The ring starts at 2 meter radius and ends at 6 meter radius. Away from the blades, deals damage every 0.5 seconds. Increase area of damage by per enemy hit, stacks up to 10 times 3 seconds. That looks like a nightmare to land. Yeah, I don't know if any of these are good, really. Moving on. Oh yeah, I should read these as well. Life Leech, obviously it has Life Leech. It has damage resistance every 5 normal attacks, which, yeah, it's a melee. Every 4 normal attack, damage increases by 8%. Every 4 normal attack inflicts a bleed on the target enemy, dealing 60 physical damage over 1.5 seconds. Basically doesn't do anything. But yeah. Whirlwind. Spin around like a whirlwind. Swing your axe and dealing damage every half second for 2.5 seconds. Can't be interrupted and can move by channeling. Each consecutive hit on the same enemy increases damage. Each 0.5 spent channeling costs energy. So yeah, this is self-explanatory. Tear apart. Cleave through all enemies in a 7 meter radius around you, dealing damage. If any enemy hit has rending blade charges, even just one, all enemies hit receive the same number of charges as the enemy with the most charges. Oh. That's cool. I like these kind of abilities where you have like a stacking dot and then an ability that spreads that dot. Morgana Raven. I heard about this. Send a Transcendent Raven in target direction, piercing through all enemies and dealing damage, increase the bleed dealing damage over time. Maybe I didn't hear about that. Bloody Reap. Reap all enemies in a 5 meter radius around you after 1 second, dealing damage. Follow up with a second swing after 0.5 seconds, dealing physical damage to all enemies hit based on their current health. If they're below 40%, you just nuke them. It doesn't say that it's a channel, so I'm pretty sure you can still move during that 1 second cast. Also, I just noticed it's literally a sight. I always liked sights. Razor Cut. Leap in the target direction, dealing damage in a cone in front of you on impact. Causes all enemies hit to bleed. Dealing true damage over 6 seconds. Hitting at least one enemy player will reduce the cooldown of this ability by 40%. Always a nice addition. Aftershock. Leap towards targeted position and slam your axe in the ground, dealing nuke damage to all enemies in a 4 meter radius. Splits the earth in a cone in front of the impact area, throwing all enemies in the air for 0.6 seconds. Decrease max and current health. Alright, so this is clearly the winner here. Yeah, there's nothing to say. This is clearly a winner. Verburner, I found that Darius. Which one was it? This one. Darius Q. Swing your X 5 meter radius, deal physical damage, apply a bleed, and deal more damage on the edge. That's literally just Darius Q. Anyway, I do like the idea of Aftershock, but I don't think it really warrants me trying this weapon overall, so let's just move away. Broadsword. I heard about broadswords. They are a bane of all casters. Let's see. I know the heroic shot here, Cleave, like the broadsword is the weapon you start with. So I should know what these are, but let's try it anyway. Very cool. But yeah, I already used these. Remember, I started with this weapon. I experimented with this. We don't need to check out everything. I just want to see if there is anything special about these that I don't know about. Yeah, this weapon, I was wrong. Most weapons get a third one at some point. Apparently this weapon only has 2 Q abilities. For some reason. Anyway, Blade Cyclone, we know that. Interrupt. Bash the target enemy with your sword, interrupting them, dealing damage. Increases your normal attack damage by 20% for each heroic charge on you for 5 seconds. Doesn't actually consume them. This does say that it consumes heroic charges. This doesn't. So you just get the damage, and then you can consume them for more damage. Okay. Dealing Slash. Hit the enemy in a third long line, target direction, routing all enemies in dealing semi-nuke damage. Very cool. Hamstring. First, hamstring. Attack the target enemy, slowing them. Having at least one heroic charge enables the next combo. Heroic hamstring. Leap towards the target position, applying the same effect again in a 3-meter radius. So it becomes an AoE. Parry Strike. Enter a defensive stance, becoming immune to damage by chaining for 0.8 seconds, can be interrupted. Deflects 100% of the damage you take as magic cutter. We've seen this kind of effect on the gloves. At the end of the channel, swing your sword in a 5-meter radius around you, dealing more damage. Iron Wheel. Rush into battle, increase your move speed and defense, grants you means which purchase while active, applies 1 heroic charge. Each heroic charge increases your move speed. Attack speed. Alright. Kinda boring, not gonna lie. Charge towards the target enemy, becoming immune, blah blah blah. Enemies who are not mounted will be stunned for 0.8 seconds on impact. Deals physical damage to the target enemy based on the amount of heroic charges on you. Up to 1,000. Quite a nuke. Consumes all your heroic charges. I'm pretty sure all of these E abilities are gonna consume the charges if they use them. Like this doesn't seem to use them. Leap towards target position, deal damage. Hitting at least one enemy increases attack speed and physical normal attack. 100%. Very good. Slice the air to shoot a demonic wave in the target direction, piercing through all enemies, dealing quite a bit of damage. Consumes heroic charges for one of the following secondary effects. 1 heroic charge when you just started the fight. Slows. 2 heroic charge. Silences. 3 heroic charge. Deals another damage, turning it... Wait. One of the following second. Okay, so they don't stack. It's just one or the other. 3 heroic charges means nuke. Interesting. Fearless Strike. Dash towards the target position, dealing nuke damage to all enemies you pass through. Decreases damage resistance for 6 seconds based on the amount of heroic charges on you. Consumes all heroic charges. That doesn't seem as impressive. Solar Stream. Slam your blades into the ground, unleashing magic waves. Decreases max and current health of all enemies hit by 6% for 7 seconds. Deals magical damage based on the amount of heroic charges on you. 1100 at 3. Let's try again. Majestic Smash. Swing your sword in a single round, you're throwing all enemies in the air. Deals some damage. While the enemies are in the air, you follow up with a vertical smash, dealing physical damage. Okay, this is the katana samurai thing. Deal physical damage lying in front of and behind you based on the amount of heroic charges on you. This is Yasuo ultimate without with just built-in knock-up instead of requiring it for it. It's not actually a 2-cast. It's kind of worded like it, but it's not. That's pretty interesting. Every 4 normal attacks inflicts bleed. Every normal attack reduces damage to targeted enemy deals by up to 10%. Every 4 normal attacks applies 1 heroic charge. Each heroic charge increases move speed, attack speed. Yeah. Every 5 normal attacks increases your damage resistance by 7.3. Wait. Yeah, so that's just they just explain what heroic charge does every single time. I mean, there are some interesting options, like I'm sure Raven would love Kingmaker with this Yasuo ultimate over here. But for me, it doesn't really seem like my type of thing. Next up, Spear. Lunging Strike. Blows a little, plus Spirit Spear charge. Each Spirit Spear increases your physical normal damage. Okay, this looks like a normal attack focused weapon. Increase attack range, applies 1 Spirit Spear charge. Try it out. What's the normal attack damage? 45. That's on the higher end. I can further increase it. No, don't take it off yet. Attacks up to 3 times. For 8 seconds, so that's quite a buff. Why 28? That's a very specific number. Like 64 at max. No, 84, sorry. Place a flurry of stabs in a cone in front of you while channeling for up to 12 deals damage every 3 seconds. Dash towards the target position, throwing all enemies you pass through into the air for 0.6 seconds. Deals physical damage based on the amount of spear charges, and you consumes all spear charges. That doesn't seem worth it. If you're gonna play a spear, you probably want to keep your charges for the normal attack damage. Let me try something. What is this music? I feel like I'm in a church. Funny because I can just recast it every 2 seconds. Wait a second.
Welcome to the Enrichment Center. First up, conversion gel.
Okay, what I'm seeing here is the attack range. It doesn't say, the ability doesn't actually say.
Let's all stay positive.
Because it says enchant your spear, increasing your attack range by 40% for 8 seconds. Applies 1 spirit spear charge. And then you can stack spirit spear charge. But you can also stack the spirit spear buff itself. So you can increase your attack range by up to 120% for 8 seconds if you spam this. Why does it not say that? That's a lot better than it looks at first. pretty interesting, especially since this is an ability that you don't need a target for. I can just idle here, stack it up, and then go in once it's stacked up.
You may have heard we're gonna phase out human testing. There's still a few things left to wrap up, though. The bean counters told
The
me
funniest thing
we could buy $7 worth of moon rocks, much less 70.
is that something like Rex's charge consumes all spear charges, but it doesn't actually consume the one that gives me the attack range. Only the actual charges that give me the physical normal attack damage. That's interesting. It's basically a short-range whispering bow, because I can just buff myself up in normal attacks and just go to town on an enemy like that. Huh. What's this? Every normal attack slows the targeted enemy. Yeah, it's... That also, by the way, bows do the exact same thing. Let's check out the other ones. This is actually more interesting than I
When life gives you lemons,
anticipated. Spears are
don't
up
make
here.
lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad.
Here's spear, pretty good.
What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager.
Forest of Spears is cool, but it's like nothing special, it's just damage dealing in a cone. Inner Focus. Meditate gathering your inner focus by channeling. Increase all damage you deal and the duration of your crowd control effects by 4% and your movement speed by 5%. Stacks up to 10 times. That's 6 seconds after the channel has ended. 6 seconds, 15 seconds cooldown. It is a channel, so the 6 seconds means that you have to be near the enemy when you want to use it, but you don't want to be too near, because it is a 1.8 second channel. You don't have the range to really stay out while channeling this. Ripples, right target enemy dealing damage, slows, purge all movement speed buffs. That's definitely interesting. It is close range, so if the enemy uses their boot ability, you have to be quick to use this, but it can just stop them in their tracks. If the targeted enemy has a move speed buff active, your move speed will be increased and all damage you deal will be increased. Okay. Deflecting spin. Spin your weapon while channeling for up to 3.5 seconds. Can move while channeling, increases your damage resistance, reflects 100% of damage you take as physical damage. So this is... restores energy also, which is interesting. So far, this is the best counter I've seen to Death Curse. 3.5 seconds means that you can just start channeling halfway into the Death Curse, and then it's just gonna get reflected overall, because it doesn't end when you take damage. It just reflects everything. All the dots on you, all the big bursts on you, everything. And it's a 10 seconds cooldown and a 3.5 seconds channel, so it's a pretty high channel time. Pretty high uptime. It doesn't do innate damage, even though if you're spinning your weapon, you would think it would deal some damage, but no, it reflects damage. But you also get pretty tanky with 155 damage resistance. Huh. Interesting. Impaler. Summons a giant spear that imagine. I've seen people use this in corrupted dungeons because it deals a lot of enemies. It's a semi-low cooldown and a 50% slow. Yeah, it's just an overall. It's just a decent ability. Harpoon. Throw your weapon in target direction, pulling the first enemy hit towards you. It's the Scorpion. Deals damage, roots the enemy based on the number of spear charges on you. 3.5. Up to 3.5. 16 meter pool. Okay. I didn't think it would be the case, but spears? You have my attention. Let's keep moving. Of course, these also have the life leech, but Life Leech on the spears is actually better, specifically because of the Spirit Spear charges, making you deal more normal attack damage. And the attack range. So that is a pretty good synergy there with Life Leech. It also gives more damage every 4 normal attacks, but 7% is kinda low, especially it's a 3 seconds duration. Every 5 normal attacks increase your attack speed by 40% for 3 seconds. That could be good, but I'm pretty sure Life Leech is just the best here. Let's see the E abilities. Obviously we already had Reckless Charge, which seems okay, but not really synergizing with what I have in mind here. Rooting Smash. Swing your pike at the targeted enemy, rooting them for 5 seconds. Deals physical damage based on the amount of Spirit Spear charges. At 3, it's a nuke. You can stack that up indefinitely with Spirit Spear charges. So considering that this doesn't actually consume it, it just uses them, it should always be 855. 15-second cooldown and 5 seconds root. That sounds pretty cool. Especially since then you can just stand there and poke them. Huh. Fling. Fling the target enemy, pulling them 7 meters behind you. The physical damage based on amount of speed spear charge. This is Singed E ability. The Fling. 20 seconds cooldown. Spear throw. Throw your spear in target direction, releasing an electric shock on impact with an enemy. Deals damage to all enemies shocked, stuns for 3 seconds. 3 second cooldown. It's 22 meters range, so it really depends on how fast the projectile is. Because you can very easily waste it if it's slow. Corrupting Steel. Hurry your spear in target direction, piercing through all enemies. Okay, I like how this ability is called Spear Throw. But then you have this ability that's also a Spear Throw, but then also something else. This some damage decreases damage resistances. Here leaves behind the tail of corruption, which deals damage standing on it. Okay. Spectral Trident. Leap toward target position, becoming immune to redundant damage on an impact. Roots all enemies for 5 seconds, deals nuke damage. Conjures a mist of souls in an 8 meter radius around the impact location, lasting 6 seconds, so slightly longer than the root duration. Increases movement speed by 50, attack speed by 100%. Oh, what? Oh, that's nasty. That's nasty. You know what I'm thinking? Stack up Spirit Spear charges. That means you have 120% increased range and 84% increased normal attack damage. Then jump onto them. I don't know what you would... I guess Impaler is just a good general ability to combine with these. But then you jump onto them and root them and get 100% attack speed increase. On top of what Spirit Spear gives. And of course you have Life Leech on top of that. Well, if you have Life Leech... 7% is not very... Yeah, you have Life Leech. So basically just jump on them, root them, and nuke them. Interesting. Breakthrough. Dash towards the target position, becoming immune to out crowd control effects until you... Wait. What's the range on this? 12 meters. Okay, that's like half a screen. Becoming a reach target. Purges all buffs from all enemies you pass through. Deals nuke damage. Okay. Now, I like this. Spectral Trident. Combined with Spirit Spear. Huh. Okay. Let's put this in the pending and move on. It's Dagger. I heard about daggers. They're pretty strong in 1v1 as far as I know. Thunder Armor. We know what that does. Deals minor damage. Reduces damage resistances up to 3 times. Deadly Swipe, leap towards target position, dealing damage to enemies. Applies 1 Assassin Spirit on you for every enemy hit. Hitting at least one enemy will restore 9 energy. Each Assassin Spirit charges increase all your damage by 6% for 8 seconds. Next up to 3 times. 4 second cool. Well, let's give it a try. Oh yeah, I should read the other ones. Throwing Blades. Throw 3 throwing blades in counter target direction, piercing to arms, dealing minor damage. Increases your move speed and all damage you deal. For each unique enemy hit, stacks up to 3 times for 5 seconds. Bloodthirsty Blade. This is why 1v1. Give in to your Bloodthirsty Blade, dealing an additional magical damage with each normal attack. Deals 100% of the health the enemy has lost through the bonus damage. 407. Increases your move speed by 30%. Deals 4% of your max health as true damage to yourself every 1 second. The ability lasts up to 6 seconds but can be deactivated earlier. Huh. This doesn't seem that good. I mean, if you're nuking enemies, probably better, but that 164, I guess in this case, doesn't make up for the 4% lost every second. This would have to be synergized with something. Let me look at this. Obviously this is not why I died, you just played like a monkey, but you know, I mean. Oh, I like this music. Let's see some synergies. Assassin Spirit. Invoke your Assassin Spirit, applying an Assassin Spirit charge on you every 3 seconds. Decreases your defense, the ability can last up to 15 seconds, but can be deactivated earlier. It has a 1 second cooldown, so you can immediately reactivate it. What I'm looking at is that it applies it to you every 3 seconds, but you can deactivate it afterwards and have it for 8 seconds, and you can just reactivate it to get more. Throwing Blades. Okay, we get that. Dash towards target position, increasing all damage you deal by 15% for 4 seconds. Attack the targeted enemy, interrupting the target spellcasting, deals damage, negates healing received. Throw a knife in the targeted direction, stunning the first enemy hit, hitting an enemy, pull you behind the hit enemy, making you immune, hitting a player who uses the cooldown. Yeah, we've seen this in Corrupted Dungeons. The knife enemies use this ability. Chain Slash. Charge towards the target enemy, hitting the target and then charging to the closest enemy within 6 meters of enemy you hit last. Up to 4 different targets. Dealing more physical damage with each consecutive hit. Turns you invisible and grants you... Okay, we found Master Yi. If you have 4 targets, the last target takes off 1,000 damage. Yeah, this is just Master Yi's Alpha Strike. I think that's his Q. Which means it has all the bullshit that you can do with Alpha Strike, like dodging abilities, becoming immune for that time. It doesn't say how long it lasts, but I'm assuming it's like 1/3 of a second every strike. 15 seconds cooldown. I'm not seeing any synergy with Bloodthirsty Blade. I mean, Life Leech would probably synergize with it. Every normal attack steals 15% of the health the enemy has lost. The wording is interesting here, because it doesn't say 15% of the normal attack damage. It's just 15% of the amount of health the enemy lost as a result of your normal attack, which includes the bonus damage from Bloodthirsty Blade. Which is interesting. Unless it's just worded weirdly, I have no idea. Every 5 normal attacks increase your attack speed. Every 4 normal attack damage. Yeah, Life Leech is clear winner here. Slit Throat! Oh! Then the devastating blow to a target enemy dealing physical damage based on the amount of assassin pin charge in your Thunderhammer charge on an enemy. Can be interrupted. Inflicts a bleed dealing physical bleed on the amount of energy charge for a second. So, direct damage is up to basically 1200, and the bleed damage is bonus 400 on top of that. So if you stacked up both charges, you just kill someone. Alright. Obviously that necessity... Well, here's the thing. You would probably combine this, Slit Throat, with Assassin Spirit to just stack up naturally, and then use something like a dash to get to the enemy. Both of them increase your damage, and then Slit Throat for a one-shot. Hopefully a one-shot. That's the idea. Disembowel. Pin the targeted enemy in place, rooting them while chanting for 2 seconds. Deals damage every 0.3 seconds. Repeatedly interrupts spellcasting. Purchase any shield active on the target. The last hit applies a bleed, dealing 500 physical damage over 3 seconds. If the target moves more than 6 meters, the channel will be interrupted. How would they move if they're rooted? I guess if they're knocked away from you or pulled away from you or something. How much damage is this? Let's see, it applies damage around 6 or 7 times, I guess. 6 times, 7 times. 700, about 1200 damage, and then a 500 damage over time. Not quite enough to finish someone off, but since this doesn't rely on charges, you can take another damage dealing ability. Alright. Lunging Stab. Dash towards target position, doing physical damage to all enemies you pass through based on their current health. Deals basically execute damage below 40%. Because they would have to have like 2500 health for that not to finish them off. Hitting at least one enemy player below 40% health with reduced sleep stability cooldown. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, that's not really a reference, that's just... that's why it's like that in the show itself. Blood Richer. Infuse your blade with blood magic and swing it in a cone in the targeted direction, dealing magic damage. The ability can be recast within 3 seconds up to 3 times, increasing its cooldown by 5 seconds per cast. After the 3rd cast, it deals damage over... physical damage over 3 seconds to yourself. Okay. Ghost Strike. Shot through the targeted enemy dealing nuke damage. Turns you invisible, reduces energy costs. If the target has 3 Thunder Armor or Assassin Spirit charges, the ability doesn't go on cooldown. It consumes all Assassin Spirit charges or Thunder Armor charges you have applied. So it's like... if they have 3 charges, then you can nuke them. For 1400. That's not quite enough for a nuke, but it's still interesting. Merciless Finish. Swing your daggers in a cone in front of you while leaping backwards. Deals physical damage based on the number of assassin or speed shots under charge. 1000 max. Consumes out by switch stuff. So this is meant to be a finisher, obviously. It doesn't really do a good job of it. Well, there are some interesting options here for the dagger. Like, I like the idea of slit throat, like a strategy where you stack up your assassin spirit and then dash in and just one-shot someone. I kind of want to try that. That is the only reason I'm gonna put daggers down here. Finally, we have the quarterstaff. Combine up to two abilities. Land a flowing blow on the targeted enemy, dealing damage in a cone in front of you. Land an overhead concussive blow on the target, dealing more damage and stunning. Swing your weapon up to 3 times in the target direction, dealing damage each hit. Hitting an enemy with all 3 swings increases movement speed and normal attack damage. Walk leap to the targeted position, dealing damage in a 5-meter radius, throws around this hit. Let's try it. So it's a combo normal attacker. The first and second normal attack deals very little damage, but the third one deals 4 times as much. What is the other one? Whirl your staff around, dealing damage every point to 5, hitting at least one enemy. Release of this cooldown for 5 seconds, stacks up to 3 times. Oh! Does that mean I can just spam it if I hit an enemy with all strikes? It's a 4-second cooldown. Would be about... no, I don't know.
In life, you torture Albion. In death, you be dead.
Yeah, it's about 1 second less. Not quite... Okay. Not quite spammable, but... I wanted to use. That was scary, I couldn't get out of there. Interesting, but I'm not sold yet. Let's see. Quarterstaff. I knew I know this weapon, this music. Cartwheel. Dash towards the target's position, knocking back all enemies you pass through by 3 meters, deals damage. If you take damage by dashing, the damage resistance and movement speed increased. Mate boy again. Stun run. Start running, increase your movement speed per third. First attack while running will stun the target enemy for 3.4 seconds. Quite long. Forceful swing. Swing your staff in a 6-meter radius around you, knocking back all enemies. Deals some damage. Decreases all damage dealt by 20% for 8 seconds. 8 seconds is quite long. Affected enemy players will be unable to do normal attacks. Affected mobs will have their attack speed reduced by 50%. No normal attacks for 8 seconds? Well, normal attacks are usually not that big of a deal, so... what this would counter usually doesn't happen. But the 20% damage reduction is still interesting. Rising blow. Hit all enemy in a cone in front of you, throwing them in the air, dealing some damage. Yeah, that's kind of boring. Separator. Attacks the targeted enemy, dealing damage, roots them for 4 seconds, knocks all untargeted enemies within 6-meter radius around the target 20 meters back. Mobs will be thrown in the air for 0.2 seconds. So this basically singles out a target. There's an enemy healer. You hit them with this, every other person defending them is removed from the equation. What leap to the top? Yeah, okay. Wait. Stun for every 10 normal attacks, stun the target enemy for 0.7 seconds. That's not worth it. Restore energy, life leech, increase duration of your count control effects. Hurricane. While your staff in a farm to raise the dealing damage while channeling enemy players will knock back by 12 meters. Wait. But then you're only really gonna have to hit them once. So this is not a damage dealing ability, this is disruption. Soaring Swipe. Leap towards target position, dealing damage and souls enemies by 50% for 5 seconds. Interesting. Fatal Blade. Deal 85. Throw a demonic version of your weapon at target position which lands and spins in a 5 seconds. This damage slows enemies stacking up to 4 times. Reduces damage they deal. Wait. It's 88% damage reduction if they stay in it for 6 seconds. That's a lot. Also 40%, 32% slow in that case. Tornado. Send a tornado in target direction, passing through all enemies, dealing nuke damage, semi-nuke damage. Throws them in the air for quite a while. Throws all enemies within a 3-meter radius of the tornado by 80%. So it's really hard to dodge is what you're telling me. Also, this is Janus tornado from League of Legends. Mystic Rocks. Conjure a cloud of mystic rocks in its radius energy, slowing down enemies within it. Uses healing receive, increase of damage. Negates all your healing received, purges all healing over time effects on you. Wait, what? But why don't... Okay. Well, I'll just forget about that. Soul Shaker. Shake the ground along 20-meter long line, dealing semi-nuke damage. Leaves behind a wall of energy that lets triple fire, rooting all enemies who touch it for its duration. The pack can recast again within 3 seconds, increasing its cooldown by 20 seconds. Interesting. It's like a combination of damage dealing and tanking, but not a massive fan, so I'm just gonna put it away. Okay, these are the ones I chose. Honestly, whatever. Let's go back to town, sell what we're not gonna use. And after that, I have just spent over 2 hours looking over this. I knew it would take a while, I didn't know it would take this much time. So the question is, do I just do some corrupted dungeons with laser? Or do I get the upgraded versions of the ones that I picked, which are these, and try them out? Somehow, somewhere. I don't know if corrupted dungeon would be a good idea, but yeah. I do need to level some of these up to even be able to use the upgraded versions. What do you think? Sorry, I've been talking too much. What would be more interesting? Because I can level stuff up and try those other weapons out in my own time. I don't need to do it on stream. Where is the market here again? It's up here. Before that, let's repair real quick. There it is. Okay, let's see. Sell the cowl. Journeyman Hammer, Journeyman Mace, Battle Axe, Broadsword, and Quarterstaff. Now, here's the thing. If I go into Corrupted Dungeons, I could either use Energy Shaper or one of the new weapons, after I level them up, of course. The new weapons basically include fists, spears, and the one dagger build that I mentioned. I don't really, and maybe the frozen staff. I don't think the other ones are really a good choice right now. Well, no, Quarterstaff. I literally said that it's not really my thing. I think you mean the Brawler Gloves, the permanent CC reset stuff. There's no Quarterstaff here, I saw that. There is... Okay, first of all, let me look at real quick, because these specific abilities are fun and all, but can I even use them? This is Quarterstaff. Because I want Slit Throat, Deadly Swipe, and Dash. Dash unlocks at level 3, so that's pretty easy to unlock. What do I need for life? It's level 6. So yeah, the build I want to try out is pretty easy to unlock. I don't need much for it. For Spear, the build that I wanted to unlock, which one was it? This one, Spectral Trident, because it gives the attack speed. I wanted that combined with Spirit Spear, Life Leech, that's level 6, and I don't know which one of these would be the best for it. Meditate, getting your inner focus by channeling, increases all damage you deal, duration of crowd control effects. I mean, as long as I can use Spectral Trident 6 seconds, up to 6 seconds after inner focus, it increases the crowd control effect by 40%. That makes it like 6 seconds. So that could be an option, but it's really dangerous then. Because I don't have any like serious damage dealing beyond my auto attacks. Cripple, root on moves that target enemy has movement speed buff, strike attack. Wait. Oh yeah, I like Deflection Spin because it counters a lot of stuff when I have no other options. And it's a 10-second cooldown, a 3.5-second channel. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I want this. Probably. Impaler is also good, but that's at the end of here. Probably, what's the Y to unlock? Level 40. Yeah, that's gonna take a while. I'm not even level 40 in like Warlock, and I've been using that for a while. I'm 28. And then we have the Brawler Gloves, which was just... there were a lot of options that I liked here. I just want to see... okay, so the option that I wanted to go for here... What was it? There is the option of triple click plus Infernal Boulder. And then Shockwave. Shockwave sets it up. How far is Shockwave? Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Dragon Leap also works. Technically, very big dash. I mean, fleet footwork probably the best option here. I don't know. But yeah, that's an option. There is the Urson Mauler, which is just a funny thing to do to enemies. And you can combine it with counter. Because that's the thing that makes you leap to enemies and destroy them. Yeah, Urson Mauler. And then there is Gravitational Collapse. I don't know if in PvP 1v1 this would be very useful, but Arena, probably. Falcon Smash. Deals physical damage, opponent based on distance. I mean, that's pretty cool, but I don't know. And then there's the Blazing Geyser combo. It's just too bad Blazing Geyser is a lot of cooldown for what it does. Activates every time you take damage when your health is below 40%. Increase your damage and your cooldown modifier. Every normal attack your speed. Yeah, this is what I want. How far is that? About 20. Hey, that's kind of doable. But yeah, so I want to try out the Urson Mauler and the Inferno Boulder. Raven, if you're here, can you note these down? Urson Mauler and Hellfire Hands are the two fist weapons that I want to try out. Hellfire Hands, yes. Or Spears. The one I want to try out is Trinity Spear. Note it down. And for daggers, it's the Dagger Pair. But I would have to level up quite a bit to actually unlock these. I mean, Dagger is the closest, but... And I think that's about it. Okay, so question. Should I start leveling these? Or should I just go try to do some corrupt dungeons with Energy Shaper? Actually, give me a second. Alright, got something. Ah, sword and armor, nice. But I'm gonna sell all the stuff that I didn't pick now. I'm gonna need these to level up, and I'm keeping the torch because I don't know what offhand is gonna be useful. Keeping the Adapt Nature Staff, Arcane Staff, I might as well keep these ones. I don't know if I'm gonna use the Cursed Staff, I'll be honest. I kinda wanna keep it anyway. No, screw it. Keeping all of these, I'm gonna put them in the bank. Separately, so I know these are the weapon types I want to try out. Level up and whatever. Just making some space. There we go. Wait, what is this? I'm not supposed to have that. I did not pick the fire staff. Because it doesn't seem that interesting to me. I mean, it's definitely a lot of damage. Like, you can just walk up to someone and start nuking them with the Q. But I don't really find that very interesting. Okay, before I find a corrupt dungeon, I'll be right back. Alright? I'm back. Kind of thinking, do I want to use the smoke bomb here? I guess in invasions I do use it to drop mob aggro while I'm stealing chests. Oh yeah, I didn't mention. I have a good way to make more money from corrupt dungeons even if I get killed. Oftentimes, when I spawn into a but I didn't say it on stream, so I'm gonna say it on stream right now. Whenever I spawn into an invaded dungeon, like under one invading, oh hello there, and the game often puts me in the middle of demons, where the owner of the dungeon hasn't actually been yet. If that happens, I can look around on the map, find some mini-boss rooms or treasure rooms or something, and then run towards that, because the owner of the room will not ever just rush through enemies, try finding me. They're gonna either continue clearing, wait for me on the already cleared area to see if I'm aggressive, or go and do some shrines, which also means clearing some demons. And in that time, I can easily just snipe away one of their treasure chests. Yesterday, I did this several times, and one time I got a treasure chest that had a tier 6.0 bag in it, and the tier 5.2 longbow, I think. The two of them combined listed on the auction house for 91,000 silver. That's from just me stealing a chest from someone. I think I also killed them afterwards because they weren't that good. And the reason I said this is because Smoke Bomb combined with Hover makes it easier to rush through some mobs. So I can just rush through with Hover, and then I can drop all aggro with Smoke Bomb. Alright. Let's do this. I might as well eat. Why not? I never use it. Okay, so there is well, I want to go to the treasure room first, just in case someone invades me. For the same reason that I just explained, I like to visit my treasure rooms first, so people invading me can't steal them. The only drawback of this weapon... Oh, hello there. 5,000, nice. The only drawback of this weapon that I've found so far is that it's really slow auto attack, but that also means that you're free to move around, without really missing out on damage. Just, this is why I love the cannon. Just fucking nuke everyone. Good job copying that file. Virtual machines can be hard if you're not used to them. We're gonna fight downwards, both to try clearing a roundabout to run around in, Kite. And to get to the first mini-boss. We're gonna avoid these groups because I don't need to deal with them. But still, I didn't say that you don't know, I'm just saying that they can be hard to figure out. I'm level 25 crossbow fighter already, so you can see how much I practiced with this weapon. Okay, we're invading. Let's see how it goes. I can still guarantee I'm not good at PvP. I might still get killed and stuff. So we're just gonna have to play carefully. Okay, where are we? They kind of cleared, there is nothing this way. There is a treasure room over there that they haven't cleared yet. But there is a cleared area on the way, so I don't think I can really steal it without repercussions. So we're just gonna have to fight the owner here. Let's see if I can bait them. We're gonna head there. I think they're fighting the mini boss actually, because there is a full cleared pathway to that boss. I'm actually gonna try to rush through here. Oh, it's a purple chest. We're gonna look at what I got later. I got like 5.2 something. Where is the owner? They're not fighting the mini-boss. It's still up. They should have finished by now. I got 6,000 in cash. 5.2 expert cape, that's 24.6 thousand. And the 5.0 expert Setcha, that's 49,000. So let's say that's 50 plus 6,000, 30. That's about 80,000 there. If I don't lose it. I don't know if I can lose it if I get killed now. Oh, there he is. Shit. They are healing way too much. I'm losing it. I have no idea how to fight druids because they just heal so fucking much. Yeah, I don't know how to fight druids with this setup. They just permanently heal themselves and then put the slowing zone under me. But once I get up, I'm gonna see if I actually get to keep that item that I looted from him, because there is a chance that I just lose it. No, I kept both of them. I kept them both. So that's still like a 70,000 profit right there. Purple chest. If you can find someone else's purple chest, you just make profit even if you can't kill them. Yeah. I don't know how to fight druids. Like, last time I fought druids, I was using something else. I don't remember what. I think I was Curse Staff maybe. But I just don't know how to deal with the permanent healing. They have so much healing. Yeah, like I don't even know what he really used. He had a knockback to interrupt my healing, which is annoying. And I missed my trap because I should have put it in the middle of the path and not the edge because he just walked around it. That was my one big mistake. If I put it in the middle, I would have had a bigger chance. But I'm gonna assume he used one of these. It wasn't Circle of Life. Might have been this, I don't know. But the point is, he was using Thorngrowth as his damage ability, and then he had like Revitalize. Or Protection, no. No, I'm pretty sure he had Revitalize, and then something on the E as well. So it's just really difficult to kill them. But whatever. You see, even despite that, I know that druids don't deal too much damage, but I was holding my ground, even against his healing. If I land my trap, I could have won that. Okay, let's find the corrupted dungeon again. And yeah, the invasions are primarily about trying to steal a chest from them instead of just fight. I'm pretty sure the reason Like, because you saw, he also rushed through all the enemies there. Oh, hello there. He rushed through all the enemies because the enemies were still up in that corridor. So he rushed through specifically because he saw that I'm going for his treasure chest. And he was like, oh shit. But he was too late. Made out like a bandit. I'm not even using daggers. Not this way, that's a dead end. I'm gonna be trying to, like, I need to be patient about putting down the trap. I wasn't patient there and he just went. Okay, here's the thing. I don't know if they see the trap actually deploying because it goes invisible after a while, but I don't know if they actually see it initially. Or even, we're gonna have to duel and test these things. Excuse me, this is mine. We're gonna have to test what you can see in a duel out of traps. Including all traps. The cape trap as well, but also the... I don't have it anymore, but there is the trap crossbow. Because I need to know how much the enemy actually sees of those. Because otherwise it's really hard to actually make a plan. These solo dungeons. Sometimes there are so many corrupt dungeons everywhere, and sometimes it's all just solo dungeons. I don't actually know what this gives to the game. If there was like set points where corrupt dungeons spawn and you go there and then you can queue up, that's fine. But having to look for them like this, it just kind of wastes time. It's not really exploration because like nothing is really happening here. Also, when I was relocating my stuff yesterday from mod block to Bridge Watch, I realized why I like this place. Remember how I was complaining about the fog being too close to the camera and just fogging up everything if I'm fully zoomed out? There is no fog in the desert. Which also makes it being present everywhere as worse, because so far I thought it's probably like a performance issue or something, but clearly not because it runs here. Hydrating, don't worry. So there is literally no excuse for every other area being half covered in fog. Alright, fine, I did it. Every other area covered in fog when I'm zoomed out? No. I'm just gonna remain in the desert. It's a nice place. Oh. Okay, let's try this again. I'm stretching. Wait. Okay, now I'm stretching. Yeah. Okay, circle my shoulders. Done. Let's go. Okay, this is the exact same layout as last time. I just entered the exact same dungeon. What is this music? Oh, that's why it's familiar. I'm still wondering where the player that I fought last time actually was, because even when we were fighting, the miniboss was still up, I'm pretty sure. Like, what happened to them? Were they fighting miniboss, saw that I'm rushing through the chest and just left it there? Okay, well, I know this song. Bit of healing. Ah, god damn it, I got hit by that because my toe was in it. Okay, heading to the mini boss next time. I learned how to read these maps at this point. It's useful because I'm not wasting time with useless room. Maybe this is the treasure room. No, it's not. It's clearly on the map where it is. I'm also leveling up my robes and stuff, which is gonna be useful. I need the bit more defense that they offer on high levels. Okay, boss time. I don't know how to dodge those. Ah, shit. I'm getting invaded. I'm getting this purple chest. Okay, well, we got invaded. Ay. This is gonna be ugly. Because whenever you're invaded, you know the invader is aggressive. When you're invading someone, the other player might not want to actually fight. When you're being invaded, you know they want to fight. Or steal your stuff, but I already got most of my stuff. Can't exactly steal it. I don't see them anywhere. Oh, hello there. This is a bad place for me to do this. Okay, well, where did my health go? Where did my health go? They just nuked half my head as an engage. I think they were using a broadsword of some sort. This is when someone who actually plays the game would be good. Let's find that nuke. If it was a nuke, maybe it was something else, I don't know. Okay. T1 engine. Ah, it was retaliate. They just reflected my engine. That's what happened. Alright. Fair enough. They were playing a tank. I don't think they would have been able to kill me without that. But, okay, I have one problem with that. And that's purely that there was nothing on him or me indicating that it was happening. Like, it's basically an invisible effect and I just have to watch buffs and learn every single icon to actually be able to tell that it's happening. Also, this is probably why people tend to run the silencing hood with this and not smoke bomb. Maybe I should try that instead. Wait. Okay, this is a different layout, but we're gonna head to the treasure chest again. After this corrupt dungeon, if I should still have time. I have still like an hour or something. I'm gonna grab the other helmet, because I should probably learn how to use the silence, because that would make this that much better, because then I can stop people from actually using abilities while they're rooted, because they can still counter it. If I silence them, they can't counter it. Smoke bomb is good for when I'm stealing, but I do have to actually prepare for fighting people as well. Silence works a lot better. It works a lot better for that, depending on the cooldown, honestly. Cooldown on this is 1 minute. Okay, I might just die here. This guy could just nuke me to death. A second. I just learned that crafting stuff doesn't seem to be really worth it unless you can craft a really high-end stuff that you can sell for millions. Second chest. It's a blue one. That's a crapshoot. This one was pretty good. Couple thousand there. Yeah, I mean, you have to do other stuff in order to have the money to be able to craft. Of course. Anyway, there's one more. Well, there are two mini bosses. Sorry, I thought I already fought one. That was the other. That was the other dungeon. But I'm pretty sure. Ah, fuck! We're getting invaded again. I don't like being invaded. I prefer being the invader. Now, where could they be? And what could they be? Because whenever I invaded, it's always like sweaty battle axe or broadsword or stuff like that. It's Yanawark. Apparently they're killing something somewhere. Let's look around. I hope they're not killing. Oh, there it is. No, please, no. Fucking death laser. Yeah, death laser just. What kind of curse stuff has death laser? I looked over all the weapons. I didn't see a death laser. It deals comparable damage to the cannon, so is the cannon just fucking obsolete? Because that death laser is a lot safer. The actual fuck these weapons are. Where to fucking god. Which one is the death laser? Not this. Oh, it's channeled. No. None of these are channeled. Is it one of these? Channel attack, curved beam. Comes being a village, a target enemy dealing only a damage target by channeling for trees. At least one bright curved target, the beam is consumed, one of two takes the from a radius. 111 damage, 8.5. But this is stronger, but fuck that laser. Oh yeah, I wanted to get my other helmet. I'm gonna get my other helmet. Yeah, it doesn't really matter in this particular case. What's the cooldown on that? "10 seconds cooldown on a 3-second cast channel." Really? Okay. That also means that since this consumes Wild Curse charges, you don't really need Death Curse there. You can use whatever else you want. I don't know what else you would use. Get an area of decay 4 minutes, applying Wild Curse charge at every point in by channeling for... Okay, this is a channel, you don't want that. Consumes all Wild Curse charges, that's no good. Summon and play with blade spinning. I think you want something that... But first of all, you probably want these that actually have it. It doesn't follow your cursor though. Something to keep in mind. Summon a torture sword and gonna guide around the deals and point time is in place will also take true damage. Curse enemies start with dealing damage or decreases resistances. Inner Shadow. I guess this would work for it. I guess it's an option. I could try. It seems a bit safer because the cooldown is slightly less. And, well, I don't know. It doesn't seem... Well, if you have the wide curse charges, it can just destroy someone. So as long as you can apply a bunch of charges very fast, which is probably with Cursed Tar. Which, you know, that's a level 40 reward. Okay, Raven, add Shadow Caller to the list. I'm gonna try it later. Alright. I'm just gonna grab my hood and I can do at least a few more corrupt dungeons. Even if overall I lose money, I don't care. This is still a learning phase. It's kind of a crapshoot whether I actually make money or lose money with these, but usually I make money. Because if one run is pretty successful, it makes enough money to make up for a couple lost runs. Because, you know, I died a couple of times. Repair bills are gonna be insane. 23.5. That's not even as bad. I expected at least 30,000. Yeah, I should have it down here. Now this one. Enchant your weapon silencing the targeted enemy for almost 6 seconds with your next normal attack within the next 15 seconds. So it's pre-castable. Okay. Up. Defense. Duration of your crowd control effect by 5%. Crowd control resistance. 2 crowd control effects, sure. I might as well put these up on auction. See how much they actually are worth.
Welcome, friend.
Welcome. Where is it? Fort Sterling. I'm not gonna go there anytime soon. Bridge Watch. Okay, we can just sell it for profit here. Fort Sterling. Sure, whatever. Expert's Cape. 26.6 thousand. Expert's Satchel of Insight. It's not even worth sell ordering. I'm just gonna sell that directly. There we go.
Come again.
So I just made 42,000 right there. And 26 more if that sells. Alright, lead me to your corrupted dungeons. I wonder if you can do corrupted dungeons as a 2v2. There is 2v2 in this game, I know that, but I don't know if it relates to corrupted dungeons or if like there's like a specific place you can do it in. Oh, hello there. Rare iron. Thank you. I'm gonna check once I find a corrupted dungeon. I can check out the menu to see if anything's there. For now, we're just gonna have to listen to the jazzy trumpet while I'm wandering around the desert. Very exciting. Grabbing that real quick. These are just free money. The shiny, the resources, I guess that's what they're called. Someone has been getting some leather here. Oh. Rare leather and exceptional leather are both very valuable. Leather in general seems to be more valuable than other stuff. Because, you know, it's harder to get because you actually have to kill stuff. And that's an extra step compared to the other gathering professions. Ah, there's one. This fucking lion pisses off. It doesn't seem like it says solo PV and PvP experience. 1v1. Specifically 1v1. Alright. Okay. We're always gonna activate this because invading is always better than being invaded. Okay, this is the exact same layout again! The fuck? Not putting my pinky in those this time. Ah, it's green. That usually means there is not much in it. This was one of the better green ones. Not by much. One time I opened a green chest and it had one skill book in it. That's it. You can't even sell skill books. I should consider what to use them on, because I have a lot of them now. Let's see if I can kill this guy before we get invaded or something. easy. Why? Oh! 10,000 bags. Nice. You should probably repair your shit. I don't want to deal with that. Oh, we are the ones invading this time. And I have to remember, if I want to root people, use D first. You can fix your stuff in any of those little settlements around the area. Oh shit. Where am I? Quite far from everything valuable, that's where. But there is a treasure room right there. Treasure room down here. Okay, I saw here. They're down here. They are very far from me. Let's grab this treasure. It's green. Fuck. It's like 1,000 something. That's nothing. I think they're coming my way. Can I fight through here? I could fight my way to a mini-boss if I'm really fast. Now they're destroying the crystals, so guaranteed they're not gonna come for me. I can try to go for a mini-boss real quick. Unless they are coming for me. I have no idea. Let's leave these guys here. Are they clearing somewhere? Well, either I die or I steal this. Let's go. This is very risky. Trying to stay on the far side from the entrance so they don't see me as quickly. Another green one? What the fuck shitty dungeon do you have here? One book, thank you very much. Oh, this wasn't worth my time. The third boss is up, but I don't think I can get there. That's really far. The boss is up. I mean, the final boss is up already. I don't know if maybe they're near that. Just ran away from these guys. Oh, he's fighting the final boss? No, don't fight me, please. No. No, run away. Oh no. I don't know what was killing me there. Corruption? The fuck is corruption? Is it? It's not this. It reduces max health by 1%, it said. Like a stacking debuff, obviously. Well, it's none of these. Is it a later one? Am I stupid? Is it that's defense? Was it a spear? Or well, wait, was it? No, not dagger, not quarterstaff. No, it's damage resistance. Just what the fuck was it? Way of life, retaliate. In lightning. I don't know what that debuff was. But this is the second guy who uses retaliate to counter the burst. Conjure a magical barrier increasing your damage resistances. Reflects 70% of the this is probably outdated. It's a hunter hood thing. Hunter hood. Yeah. I wish the Albion wiki wasn't this insanely outdated. Resistance, affects summon damage, takers magical damage. Probably why I want to do a tank build, but also I forgot to use Hush, so that's on me. We're gonna find another dungeon. I don't think that was worth it. They didn't have any good stuff. Every single chest they had was green. I would be pissed off if I was them. Like, beyond the fact that I stole the chests, even then. What kind of asinine bad chests those are? Right, punching stuff, very good. Very good, carry on. There it is. Yeah. I swear, this cannon works sometimes. Why is my bar not reset? Sometimes it works, and it works. When it works, it's spectacular. Just I'm getting all these retaliate assholes. I really need to just learn to use Hush, because if I use Hush, they can't retaliate because they're silenced. I'm just dumb, I keep forgetting. Okay, move please. Next time we invade, let's hope for better chests, because that's the primary thing I'm really doing here. As dickish as that is, that's the best way to make money. Heck, if I get some really big payout, I could just go for the crystals myself. Ah shit, we're being invaded. I literally just started this. I cleared nothing. This asshole spawns on top of me, so they already know where I am. I see them up top there. I could not fucking guess. Fuck this. This is what I was talking about yesterday. On Discord. That I cannot cast shit while I'm floating. And it doesn't cancel if I'm floating and I try to use something else. Why doesn't it cancel? That would be the whole point of it. Why do I have to recast it first? It's so fucking dumb. I was trying to run up to them to silence them and use the beam. No, just fucking run up to them with hover. What the fuck is wrong with this game? For fuck's sake. This is what I was talking about. This is why it's so fucking annoying. Let me interrupt the hover with a different ability. That would be the whole fucking point of it. No? Why the fuck do I have to recast it just to end it early? So stupid. And this game, I want to like this game, but it's full of these tiny things that just makes me think the developers either didn't know what they're doing, didn't test what they were doing, or just didn't give a shit. The fact that there is no ability stacking, so I have to use them when they're actually used. I can't queue them up or whatever. This fucking fog that's not here, thank God, but every other area has that fucking fog. It just makes me think they that just didn't care or didn't know what they were doing. This fucking hover thing included. Just let me interrupt it with something else. Why can't I? That would be the whole point of a movement ability that you channel. That you can immediately end it when you're in a good position and want to do something else. And it's like, sure, you can get used to it, but you shouldn't have to get used to it in the first place. It should just not work like that. There's no reason for it to work like that. There is no benefit to it. If they just changed so that channeled abilities can get interrupted by using a different spell, but cannot be interrupted by using the same spell again, that would solve both of the hover problems and sometimes accidentally cancelling something like auto fire because I was really eager to cast it and it just immediately ends because I pressed it twice by accident with no grace period. You were casting that for 0.001 seconds, you can already cancel it by using the ability again. Which is extra annoying, because that's basically like ability queuing, but only for when you're ending it. Which makes no fucking sense. Yeah, I don't know really what to say. I'm looking for corrupt dungeons, but it's gonna take another 5 minutes to find one. Yeah, corrupt dungeons and such should... I mean, maybe it works like that and I just missed them, but it should probably work like you always have X number of them in a zone. So no matter what, there is always a few that you can find. Maybe it works like that and I just missed them, or I'm not going the right way to find them. But I don't know what this actually adds to the game, having to waste my time running around in a zone trying to find these dungeons. Well, the fact that we're playing on like these fucking Settlers of Catan tiles always kinda not make it feel like an open world. But I know what you mean. Okay, where are we? This is the same layout as last time. So with every single time I queued up for invasion, but overwhelmingly, I'm the one being invaded. I don't know why. If I queue up for invading other people, maybe it should be happening more often. Because I can guarantee there are a lot of people out there playing without invasion activated. So there are plenty of people to choose from. I don't know why, even when I'm trying to invade, it's still usually I'm being invaded. Probably a mechanic behind it, I just don't know. Case in point, again, I'm the one being invaded. The thing is, there is literally no chance that there are more people invading than people not invading, because if you're trying to invade, you can still be invaded. So the number of people, the group of people who are invading is just a circle inside the group of people who are being invaded. So there can never be more of them. Wait for a bit for the trap. That was a shitty idea. Now I don't have my trap. Okay. Well, that was shit. One minute. They're in the middle. I can wait for a minute. Just gonna clear the area while I wait. Can I close this? The stuff being tracked is pushing this out of the UI. That's brilliant. Yeah, let's go find them. Alternatively, I can just banish them. It's an option. Around in case they show up on the screen. They're not coming here. I think they just want to steal some stuff from me. The boss. They want to fight it. Shut up, leave me alone. One more and he's banished, but I'm really far from all of them. Ah, hello. That's a wall, you can't run that way. For once, it worked! And you know why it worked? Let me check this. Out of fire, out of fire, out of fire. I wish I could scroll faster. Minor poison, potion, deadly swipe. Don't use anything else. Slit throat. They were doing that weird, huh? Slit throats. How much did they damage me with? Slit throat 293 physical damage. I was a bit limp. Opening to hell, opening to. So they weren't using retaliation, but also, I don't know if you noticed, I actually properly used Hush before I opened fire on them, so there was not much they could do about it. That's why I won that time. Untrack all of this shit. That's how it's supposed to work, when I actually do it right. Oh, hello there. Colonel Staff Sword. Okay, they didn't actually steal any of my bosses, because the bottom one is still there. So now we can just finish the... I can no longer be invaded anymore, so I can just finish this level. Finally. This is gonna be the first level I actually finished this stream. And I've been going for 2 hours. I mean, going for longer, but it's been 2 hours in the dungeons. Bit hairy. Oh, hello there. It's a purple. Very nice. 6,000 and 5.0 mercenary shoes. That's not very valuable, but it's gonna pay for my repair bills. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff I want to pull off with this weapon. It doesn't always work, sometimes because I mess up, sometimes because game. But overall, that's the idea. And I just want to point out, I also did a lot of damage with auto fire after the fact, so it's not like without the laser I'm completely helpless. I have a lot of mobility with caltrops and a lot of damage with auto fire. And I can still hush. I mean, this is 40 seconds cooldown, but that's for 6 seconds. I can run around a lot with hover, because it's a 10-second cooldown on a mobility spell. Very useful. Caltrops gives another 30%. I have options, it's just that I plan something, and then something happens with the game that just fucks that up, and I completely lose it. I had a plan, and the game just made the plan not work. That's what I don't like, and I just completely like, okay, well, I guess I lost. If it doesn't work because of me, I also guess I lost, but I'm not mad about that because I was an idiot and my plan was bad. That happens. I don't care about that. You know why? You know why I don't care about that? Because if you mess up and you fail because of your own mess up, that is something you can learn from. And I like learning. And to an extent, if the game works a certain way, and then that prevents you from that prevents your plan from working. That technically also learning, but it's like, well, alright, I had no way to know that's actually gonna happen, so thank you, game. Probably also similar reason why I don't like people springing plans on me. Like, it's let's say noon, and someone says, "Hey, we're going on a picnic on 3 p.m. Get ready," and I'm like, "Why didn't you tell me this when you found out that we're going?" It's like, I'm not gonna go on that fight. You should have told me much earlier. Even if I don't, it's not like necessarily I have anything planned. It's just that I want people to tell me plans so I can prepare for it that way. Even if I don't have anything planned for that time, it's gonna be a lot harder for me to go along with it if I didn't know it until a couple hours ago. When I was working at a printing office, I told them as well, I don't mind staying overtime, but you're gonna have to tell me at least a day in advance. Or at least suggest that we don't know yet, but you might have to stay overtime tomorrow, or maybe not. Just prepare that it might happen. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna prepare in a way that it might happen. I can do that. But if you don't even tell me that, then I'm not gonna. I finish him? No, I can't. Fuck. That was reckless. Same here, like I don't mind my plan not working, but it should be not working based on something that I knew and I just ignored, or I just miscalculated or something. I don't mind that, because that's my fault. Fuck it, whatever. But it's like game suddenly pulls an Uno reverse on me and I had no idea that it's even a thing. That's just a bad thing. Putting it mildly there. You know what I mean. Okay, just lag it on me there. Fuck's sake. Now, I don't know if it's a bad thing, because some people do call this kind of behavior bad or picky or naggy or whiny or whatever, but I don't think it's that unreasonable to expect that if you want my time, you're also gonna respect my time. I guess that's the gist of it. Respecting my time, like, the biggest pet peeve I have is people wasting time. I don't mind doing work, I don't mind staying overtime, I don't mind any of that stuff, but if I have to stay at a job for 8 hours and 4 hours of that is spent standing around because the machine doesn't work, why am I even here? Then if you're gonna stand here for 4 hours, I could just go for a walk, get some fresh air, get lunch, or just some kind of trash food across the street or something, and then when the machine is up, you can call me and I'm gonna be here back in 10 minutes. But just why am I sitting around doing fuck all? It's just a waste of time. Or not even that, like not even, oh, I'm gonna take a break because the machine doesn't work. Surely we have other jobs. Send me to a different floor. I'm gonna do something else while we're sorting this out. Don't have me just sitting around doing nothing. That's why am I even here then? It's one of my biggest pet peeves. Alright. I'm really surprisingly good at dodging stuff, by the way. You think this kind of attitude is bad? Asking people not to waste my time like this? Because I don't know, I feel like it's a fair request at the least. Even if it's sometimes a bit rude. If someone just springs it on me and I'm like, well, you should have told me that earlier, I'm not doing it right now. Color is this? Blue. Okay. Decent stuff. It says the estimated market value of the entire chest down here. I should look at that more often. I'm gonna do one more floor because I have 10 more minutes left. Whether I die or not, that's gonna be the end. And of course we're invading again. We're always invading because invading is a lot more profitable than being invaded. Okay, what's the layout? I see the treasure room. We want to beeline for the treasure room first, because that's the thing that's the easiest to steal. Mini bosses aren't that easy to steal because you have to actually fight them, whereas the treasure chest, you kill one guy and it's yours. Okay. I'm leveling up the cultist rope. Like, the cultist rope seem like something I'm probably gonna be using 90% of the time, because it's, for most of the builds that I'm making here, it's the only healing option. It's not a very good healing option, but it is a healing option. It helps sometimes. So it's gonna have to be high level to actually be useful like that. So I don't mind that. The other stuff, boots and helmet, those can mix, because I'm gonna adjust that based on the build that I'm going for at the time. The robe is usually gonna be the same every time. I almost died there. Let's just heal. Cooldowns and everything always resets when an invasion happens, regardless of who's doing it. So I don't mind wasting the cooldowns while there is nothing happening. Green, god damn it. Okay, the closest mini-boss is right on the right here. Right on the right. these guys. I don't want to fight them if I don't have to. Leaving behind patches of monsters is useful if you in case you get invaded. They can hold up an enemy pretty well. Like even an enemy player. Ah, we're invading. Oh, let's see how it goes. This is actually a cleared area. But they do have a treasure room there. Let's see if I can grab it. Oh fuck, boss just spawned, okay. Run past it. No, don't worry, I'm not choosing that. Oh fuck, they're right here. Wait, no, that's me. Get the fuck away from me. I should be safe down here because all of the sides that a player could approach me from are blocked off by monsters, and where I came from is a final boss. Let's see if I can steal that chest. I love how invasions just turned into this heist. Every time I get here, I just try to heist. Let's avoid those guys. I need this jump behind me. I might actually just die here. I just died here. Okay. But that was a bit reckless. I don't think I had to rush that much. I could have killed the previous enemies and then just be patient with that. Yeah, that was entirely my fault. We have some stuff to sell. Might as well check how much that's worth. It's not gonna worth as much as the repairs, but still. Yeah, you need 800 item level to enter corrupted dungeons, which is tier 4. I didn't expect them to just jump behind me so fast. Usually they take a lot longer to actually use that ability. Well, note taken, be more patient. If you know that your paths, the paths that lead to you are swarmed with monsters, just take your time. You don't need to rush. Also, it was really unlucky that the chest was guarded by 3 melees, because the melees are objectively the worst ones to meet there. Any ranged can die fast enough that it doesn't really matter. The 3 melees are gonna swarm you and kill you really fast. That was just bad luck, combined with my impatience. It's the worst combo, honestly. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. 2.7 thousand. 3.7 thousand. 4.7 thousand. 6.2 thousand. 6.3. Let's round up. 6.3 thousand. 10,000, let's say. 12.7 thousand. 14,000. I'm actually gonna sell all this. 21,000. 31,000. This is the same bag. Okay, 41,000. 42,000. 43,000. I don't know if I got these there. 43,000. 46.5 thousand. I'm gonna list these. These always sell, so it doesn't matter. 46.5. 47, 49. 50,000. 51,000. 53, and this is just gonna fix the rounding. So 53,000. I'm pretty sure overall I made money. Yeah, Expertscape already saw it. So with every death counted, with every item that I got sold, I made money. And if I don't count, like I still have this buy order up for the moose for 40. I have 1 million if we count that I still have this money technically.
Got everything?
And that's why I like corrupted dungeons. Like I was doing horribly today. I think we can agree on that. But I still made some money. Just because corrupted dungeons are good like that. Now, I'm gonna end the stream here. Yeah, today, excuse me. 53,000 did I say? There's also 34,000 here. So it's more like 80 something. 85,000. So now I definitely made money. Keep forgetting the sacks. It's 1,000 per sack, I need to remember that. So I definitely made money today. In fact, remember that with the moose, money, I had about 980,000 or something. Now if we count the moose, I have 1. That's 1 million. Okay, I made about 50,000, even with all the deaths. Which is admittedly not much, but once I get better, it's gonna be more because I'm not dying as much. This was a bad day, I still didn't make money. Anyway, I'm gonna end the stream here, but during the weekend, I'm gonna try to level up those weapons over here. I might as well grab them right now. Yeah. What the fuck is happening here? Why is everyone dueling? In the city? In the bank? Someone trying to rob the bank or something? Oh, they actually have the little text bubbles. The little speech bubbles. I like that. I didn't like that about Final Fantasy XIV. They do not have the speech bubbles. And I'm too used to the speech bubbles. I like people having speech because I can immediately tell if someone is talking. WoW did it the best, because you can see if someone is talking, saying normally. If someone is whispering to you, you can also see that in a speech bubble. If someone in the party talked, and I'm pretty sure you can even see the raid chat as speech bubbles. And it just makes it really easy to see if someone is talking and where they are at the time and who's talking and whatever. Whereas otherwise, I would have to just spy the chat at all times to see if anything interesting is being said. So I really think Final Fantasy XIV should pick up the pace on that and just give everyone speech bubbles. If you can see someone talk and it's not in a global channel like general chat or something, they should have a speech bubble for it. In every single MMO ever. That's just my objective opinion. Which is paradoxical, I know, but it's that important. Anyway. I'm gonna try these weapons. I'm gonna level up these 3. I'm gonna try out the builds that I said. And then when I come back on Monday, I'm gonna explain how it went. And I'm probably even gonna show it. Unless it was really bad, then it's not worth showing. But yeah, thank you for coming to my TED Talk rant. TED rant. And yes, you could just, if someone doesn't like it, you could just add an option. Even if your default is not having the speech bubbles, just add an option to turn them on and have them off by default. Because my first instinct when I saw that there are no speech bubbles in Final Fantasy XIV was to go into the options and see if I can enable it. There's just no option for that, which is very disappointing. Anyway, yeah, I really should go because I have stuff to do. So thank you for watching. We're Serious Not Here. Thank you all. And until next time, see y'all. Let's enjoy these people. I'm pretty sure that was just a criminal. Ah, I lived? Yes, you did. Probably.